wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who wants to run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not running with me. Listen to me, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life won't chase it with you. You can't stop believing in yourself just because somebody in your life won't believe in you. You can't stop chasing the dreams of your life just because when you know when you do it, you're going to have to do it all by yourself.
Good afternoon to all. I request the dignitaries to please take the chair on the dais. All of those who are standing at the back, please occupy the seats. There are ample of seats in the front. I request Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, Dr. Ohanes Ehel, Dr. Shiroma, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. R.G. Agrawal, Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, to please take the seat on the dais. As live streaming is going on in Chamber 2, all those who couldn't get the seat here, they can join the live streaming in the Chamber 2. I request the audience to kindly settle. Those of you who couldn't get the seat here, there's a Chamber 2 where live streaming is going. You can occupy the seats there. I request Dr. Poonam to take seat on the dais. So ladies and gentlemen, here we are today, gathered here at Radisson Atria at Bangalore to welcome you all. And on behalf of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research Institute, National Bureau of Agricultural Important Resources, which is headquartered in Bangalore, and the Society of Biocontrol Advancement Bangalore, we welcome each one of you. We welcome the overseas dignitaries here, the luminaries from reputed international organizations, distinguished representatives of ICR, industries and other government organizations, our co-organizers and the knowledge partners of second ICBC, scientists, students, and the elite gathering over here. We welcome each one of you and thank you for making it possible and assembling us with us here. So with this, we start a program, the opening ceremony. I request, as we are invocating this, I request for the playing of ICR song.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की.
Thank you for playing the song. Now I request our director, Dr. S.N. Sushil, to start welcoming our guest. I would request the director to felicitate Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, who is also the president of the IOBC Global and director of CSIRO Australia. He's the chief guest of today's function. I request director to... Yeah. So before we are starting the felicitation, I request all the dignitaries to assemble for lighting the lamp.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा
the dignitaries for doing this honor. With this, we invoke the Almighty, the higher power, to help us achieve the best of this conference. Now we start our felicitation. I request Director to welcome the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy. As we are into eco-friendly approach, these bouquets are made of silk byproducts, silk cocoon byproducts, and these are forever. Even the red roses, what you have got, please preserve it as a remembrance from our side. Thank you, sir. Now I request a director to welcome Dr. Johannes Ehle from Institute for Biological Control, Germany. Thank you, sir. I request Director to please welcome Dr. Shiroma Satyapala. Thank you, sir. I request, sir, to welcome Dr. P.K. Singh, sir. Sir is the Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India. Thank you, sir. I request, sir, to welcome Dr. R.G. Agrawal. He's the Industry Representative and Group Chairman, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, India. Thank you, sir. Sir, I request, sir, to welcome Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, Assistant Director General, Plant Protection and Biosecurity, ICAR. ICAR has been instrumental in all the supports provided for this conference. Now it's the time for a leader to be felicitated. I request the Chief Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sriram Kumar sir, to welcome a director for this program. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kola Sridevi to felicitate the Chief Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sriram Kumar, who has laid the foundation stone and who has been extremely instrumental in bringing up this conference. Thank you all. Now I request Dr. Poonam Jasrotia ma'am for the opening remarks. Sorry sir, I'm jumping. I request for the welcome address by the director, Dr. Sushil.
So good afternoon, one and all. Welcome you all to the Silicon City of India and ICBC 2025. Most respected, today's opening ceremony's chief guest, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, President, IOBC, and also Research Director, Biosecurity, CSIRO Australia, Dr. Shiroma Satyapala, FAO representative from Rome, Italy, Dr. Johannes Jelle, Director, Institute of Biological Control, Doschenheim, Germany, Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner to the Government of India, Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, Assistant Director General Plant Protection and Biosafety from ICAR, New Delhi, Dr. R.G. Agrawal, veteran industrialist and also Group Chairman, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, Dr. Sriram Kumar, Chief Organizing Secretary. In the audience, I am seeing a lot of faces, the very senior scientists and very seniors are sitting. So Dr. S.N. Puri, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.B. Patil, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.K. Krish Kumar, sir, former DDG, Dr. M.K. Nayak, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. T.P. Rajendran, again former ADG Plant Protection, Dr. V.V. Ram Murthy, the President, Entomological Society of India, Dr. Rajan Sharma from ICRISAT, Dr. Sarad Babu, President, Plant Protection Association of India, Dr. T.M. Manjunath, now he's just joining, veteran entomologist, you can say, Dr. Abraham Varghese, former Director of NBAIR, Dr. Chandis Balal, Madam, former Director of NBAIR, Dr. P.K. Chakravarti, former ADG Plant Protection and Biosafety and also former member of ASRB, Dr. Ramanna, I could see, Dr. Muniappan, there are a lot of faces, and all the esteemed scientists, distinguished delegates, students, and all the collaborators, knowledge partners, officials from industry, press and media friends, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a really privilege to stand before you all to extend a warm, heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this prestigious second International Conference on Biological Control, that on the theme on the biocontrol contributions to One Health. This gathering of eminent researchers, policymakers, and the industry leaders from across the world reflects our collective commitment to sustainable and eco-friendly solutions for global food security. Agriculture remains the backbone of our societies, feeding billions and supporting livelihoods. However, the ever-growing challenges of pest infestations threatens the productivity and leading to significant crop losses and economic hardships for farmers. Traditional pest control methods, primarily the chemical pesticides, while effective, often come with the unintended consequences that we all know, and also on environmental degradation, loss of biodiversity, and risk to the human health. Biological control offers a sustainable alternative by harnessing nature's own mechanisms such as predators, parasitoids, pathogens, and other such non-chemical products and the biocontrol compatible technologies. We can regulate pest populations while maintaining the ecological balance. This approach not only minimizes reliance on chemical pesticides, but also promotes long-term resilience in agricultural ecosystems. Since biological control is an effective and sustainable strategy aligning with One Health by protecting human, animal, and environment health, the ICBC 2025 focuses on biocontrol contributions to One Health with 11 themes. And you all are having in your kit, already it is provided. So in the 11 themes, we are covering right from the biodiversity, biosecurity, biosystematics, to the sensor-based nanotechnology, and also ecological chemistry, invasive pest, ICT, climate resilient biocontrol, biocontrol compatible technologies, and also genomics in biological control, and macrobials in the different farming system, and entomobacterium, drones, robotics, and also human disease vectors, and also veterinary animal pests, and industries, startups, and incubation centers. All those aspects we are going to discuss in all these spread across the 11 themes. We are also organizing 2 satellite symposia in the sidelines, one on the insect genomics, and other one is on the chemoecology. Altogether, 400 delegates plus 400 plus delegates are participating from the 10 countries. The theme of this conference reminds us our responsibility to protect our crops, ensure food security, and also safeguard the environment for future generations. Biological control is not just a scientific endeavor, it is a necessity for a sustainable future. As we deliberate in the coming days, I encourage each one of you to share your knowledge, forge new partnerships, and explore innovative solutions. Let this conference be a milestone in shaping the global agricultural practices that are in harmony with the nature. With these few words, once again, I welcome you all to ICBC 2025. Thank you so much, and have a very, very fruitful discussions ahead, and also a pleasant stay in Bangalore. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it's my privilege to invite the esteemed Assistant Director General of Plant Protection and Biosafety at ICAR New Delhi, Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, to deliver opening remarks.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, President IOBC, Dr. Johannes Jael, Head of Institute of Biological Control, Germany, Dr. Shiroma Satyapala, Food and Agriculture Organization, Rome, Italy, Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India, Mr. R.G. Agarwal, Group Chairman, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, and the Organizing Secretary, Pratya Shri Ram Kumarji, and Dr. S.N. Sushil, Director of this institute. In the hall, many peer ex-VCs and former ADGs, and former directors of NBAIR, and esteemed scientists, staff of NBAIR Bengaluru, students, and my dear friends, a very warm welcome to the second International Biological Control Conference to mark the achievements of biological control that has happened in India. So, friends, we have gathered here to celebrate the success of biological control that we have seen in past year that India has made. And all of you sitting in this hall are aware what biological control has done in previous years. Notable examples of papaya mealybug is there. We have sugarcane woolly aphid, then eucalyptus gall wasp, and many more examples are there. The success stories of biological control are there, and you all are very well aware of this. But friends, as India is under continuous threat by the transboundary diseases and insect pests, and notably recently we had invasion by fall armyworm, then whiteflies, and continuous we are facing some invasions by the different new diseases and new insects. Emerging problems are coming, and I don't want, with no hesitation, I can say that chemical pesticide still provide the solution, a quick solution to these problems. But now the focus towards biological control is coming, and many people and many scientists have started looking at the potential role of role of biological control agents, and biopesticide industry is booming in India, but still the chemical industry valued around $80 billion globally, and in India it is around $7 billion dollars. And in that market, only 90% share is from chemicals only, but we should not stop working and on these biopesticides, because by 2030 we are focusing that we will increase the biopesticide market share up to 20%. That is our goal. And as our Dr. Sushil has already told, the major work that's been done by this NBAIR institution in biological control, and the other people working in ICR institutes and in state agriculture universities, they are looking at the various microbes and fungi and bacteria and other things that have the potential to become a very effective biocontrol agents against diseases and insect pests. We should also focus here the government initiative taken recently to strengthen more towards the biocontrol control management. Notable is the national program on organic production, and then we have this Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana by Government of India that is totally saying that we should focus and we should pay more attention to these biopesticide management and biocontrol, because there are very ill effects of chemical insecticides are there, and we are already aware of those things. Friends, we are working on biocontrol agent, but there are few challenges that we are dealing, and you all are aware of those challenges, like the slow action compared to the chemical pesticide, high cost of production is there, and limited availability is there. Even though we say that we should go for biocontrol agents, but limited availability is there. Then we have shorter shelf life and storage issues are there. Then biological controls are very specific to a target pest, which is a advantage also and disadvantage too. And there are environmental factors affecting the efficacy of biocontrol agents. And there are regulatory and policy constraints are also there. And the most important is the large-scale implementation of these biocontrol agents. These biocontrol agents work well in control condition, but when we go to the field, sometimes we face issues with the efficacy of these biocontrol agents. And then we have the competition from chemical pesticide that also we need to take care. And to overcome these challenges, there are new areas of research, biological control. I'm sure the conference participants are going to discuss those, but some of these are microbiome-based pest control. There are research going around in ICR institutes and in universities also, where research on plant and soil microbes is leading to the discovery of beneficial microbes that enhance the plant resistance to pests and diseases. Then RNAi is another technique tool where pesticide-based RNA can provide a species-specific control. Then endophyte-based biocontrol is also being done. Then nanotechnology in biopesticide is another area. As we do the genetic improvement of plants, genetic improvement of biocontrol agents is also being done. And semi-chemical pheromone-based pest management is also being carried out by various organizations. The new area, another new area is artificial intelligence and digital tool in biocontrol, and viruses and bacteriophage-based pest management. And we talk about climate changes happening. So work is also being done on the developing biocontrol agents that can withstand extreme environmental condition. And then mass production of biocontrol agents is the another area that is catching up, or it's already been there. And these are some of the points of new areas of research. To strengthen more collaborations are needed, and more government investment is required. And this second international conference on biological control is the platform where we can discuss these challenges and discuss about what solutions we can frame and give to the scientific community and to our farmer community. And with this, I stop here, and I wish all the organizers and the conference participants who have come here best wishes for a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your remarks. Now I request Dr. Agrawal ji to kindly give his opening remarks.
Namaskar, good afternoon. First of all, where I address, I remember farmers, Jai Kisan. One side, Jai Jawan. We are sitting here because our belly is full, and this is due to farmers. Other side, in India, we are safe due to our soldiers. In -50-degree temperature also they are standing, and while word over war is going on, we thanks our leadership also that in India we are safe and in good position. Chief guest of today, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy. I will not name full. Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. S.N. Sushil, Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, Dr. John Jelle, Dr. Shiromaya Satyapala, Dr. P. Shriram Kumar, galaxy of scientists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a commercial man, so I'll talk from commercial point of view. What is the truth in this industry today? And sometimes people are shy to speak the truth. And until as we understand the truth, we cannot find a proper solution. What is happening in India? I don't have much experience of international, but I'm talking what is happening in our domestic country, domestic part. No doubt, future is of biopesticides, biologicals. But some people, to support biologicals, start abusing chemical pesticides. That's a wrong approach. Pesticides are going to remain big brother until as some dynamic achievements is taken in biologicals. That is the fact of life. Not in India, world over also. Europe said we will cut 50% pesticides. And within 3 days, they have to take their decision back due to pressure of farmers. So in India also at present, our consumption of pesticide is just 360 gram. And some people do not know and talk indiscriminate use, excessive use. They don't see other side. FAO says we lose 20 to 40% crops every year due to insects. Do we want to die hungry? Anyone would like to die hungry? I don't think anybody will like to die hungry. But even some ppm level pesticide, how we are putting residue level or daily intake. Dr. P.K. Singh is also here, and other scientists. Our Archana Sinha she is also here. We put 100 times safety limit, 100 times. Even if it is little bit more residue, it is not going to be harmful. But until unless we educate the masses, unfortunately our scientist does not come forward. Anybody abusing, they don't care. They are so kind. Anybody abuse them, they don't bother. But I request, if some nuisance is coming in media, we must rebuttal. CIBRC, Ministry of Agriculture, you are giving license, you are giving registration. If you are giving registration, then we will request you, if anybody unnecessary, if it is genuine criticism, we welcome. But unnecessary wrong criticism, some people say due to pesticide use, cancers are there. In International Registry of Cancer, how many pesticides are there? Even not a single pesticide. But even then, so what is difference between chemical and biological? And what is the path future? What request I am making to the scientists and our government officials? Number one, we need chemicals and biological combination, because something which alone chemicals are not in position to do, some biologicals are also not in position to do. So their combination in some places are doing good job, so we should consider their registration. Number two, invasive pests are coming when we are importing agriculture plantation material, and our quarantine is not very strong. We have to strengthen our quarantine, and government should give more budgets, and at every port we should have our inspection system so that we can avoid. See, black thrips. It came on chilies and now spread to so many crops and has become difficult to control. And what's the reason? Sale of chemical-less biopesticides or biostimulants within 2 minutes. And in some pesticide cocktail of 12 pesticides. This is the finding of the government laboratories, not private laboratories. And even pesticides which are not registered in India, they are found. While some good company samples were also drawn, we are in ppm level, ppm. Doctor, no, it was 0.01, and sometime in analysis ppm level, pesticide was rejected and industry started harassment, genuine industry. While the cheaters, 420 people who were selling intentionally chemical pesticide, their action should be taken under IPC various section, that is not taken. So my humble submission, such people who are cheating, action should be taken again by heavy hands, and genuine industry in biopesticide. Because biopesticide industry will not develop until unless this illegal biopesticides in name of chemical pesticides are sold. So that has to be stopped, and we should work together. Sometime industry people and government people work in isolation, and the time has come where 1 + 1 may not be 2, but 1 + 1 may be 11. So we should look towards that. And lastly, I close. My company welcomes any individual or any organization. We are going to start a bio division in our company, but we want genuine and very effective biologicals. Whosoever interested, Dr. P.K. Chakravarti is here from our company, and my other team members, and I'm also here till tomorrow lunch. If anybody wants to discuss, we will welcome maybe Indian company or maybe international company or any institution. I once again congratulate Dr. Sushil and his team for taking this initiative and organizing this very, very international conference where more than 400 scientists are there and will be deliberating, and I hope from this conference definitely will have very good outcome. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful thought. May I now invite the distinguished Agriculture Commissioner of Government of India, Dr. P.K. Singh, for opening remarks. Dr. Singh has expertise in IPR issues, farmers' right and seed production.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Now, if you see the total, this topic, it has one more component which I think nobody is touching, One Health. So if we go to our traditional knowledge and traditional Vedas knowledge, or whatever you can say, that is Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kasyit Dukh Bhag Bhavet. That was the origin of One Health. Everyone should be healthy, everyone should be looking good or whatever. So that from that origin, now we are again trying to go to back to our traditions. So biological control was the tradition, and the chemicals were the need-based invasions, what we can say. So whenever with the Green Revolution, yes, the need of chemicals was there. Still now, if you see, the labor problem has promoted the herbicides. Now more than 45% of the total chemicals sold in India are herbicides. So we cannot replace these herbicides with biopesticides. So wherever there is a need, yes, we should focus on some of the basic insects or the major diseases or whatever, wherever these biopesticides are more effective. Even still it is not good to thin out our resources, thin out our all the strength in identifying a replacement for chemicals. So let us see, only 140 million hectares is maximum planted or this cropped area in India. Half of that, the other half, that is out of 340 or 345 million hectares, now the others which are under forest, which are under other things, the water bodies, all those are under natural or biocontrol system. No chemical is being sprayed, nothing, but they are maintaining their own nature, natural systems, where how they are maintaining, those are to be studied, and that is the synopsis of what we are now trying to promote as natural farming. A big mission on natural farming is there. So we have to identify what are the good things in that, what are the better microbes available inside those, the insects, the whatever other agents are there in the natural farming systems or the natural systems in forest or other places. Can we identify those and then promote all those for commercial exploitation? Commercial exploitation is really a last mile need. We don't need to commercialize everything. It should be self-sustaining in the farmer's village. So what they are making it as Jivamrit, Ghan Jivamrit, and all those in natural farming system, they are all biopesticide, bioagents, many things are there. So I am not going in detail of all those, but let us in this international complex, the name itself, 2 ICBC 2025, it is very, it looks very complex, just as the biocontrol system in the nature. So we know that whatever we say, always I say that from Prakriti we develop our Sanskriti, and in Sanskritis whenever there is some Vikriti, we again try to find its solution in the Prakriti, that is from nature to culture and the problems. So all the solutions lie in this circular system, and that is what even our Honorable PM is promoting, that mission life. We again go to see the environment. We should live with the environment. Whatever we can do for it, we should do. So that in future, whatever we are going to leave for our future generations, it should be healthier, better, and more sustainable kind of whether it is soil health, whether it is productivity, it is production, or the economics of the farmers. Everything should be sustainable and productive. So with this, I congratulate Dr. S.N. Sushil for organizing this second ICBC 2025. And I hope by the end of 4 days, we will decode all these complexities and try to find simple solutions which can be adopted by the farmers, and that too in a sustainable way. Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Welcome, Dr. Shiroma Satyapala. Ma'am is the forestry officer at the FAO, United Nations, and has led the forest health and protection program in Rome, Italy since 2014.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Distinguished guests, I'm not going to tell all the names, and ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it's my pleasure to be here in this vibrant city, Bangalore, and to actually provide the opening remark and participate in the second International Conference on Biological Control, and specifically to talk about and discuss and on biocontrol contribution to One Health. In FAO and even in every nations in the world, what we have one aim. If I ask that, what is that aim? I think one aim is, the main aim is the world without hunger. So what do we need to do with a world without hunger? So we need to have a high productivity. So in the past we had green revolution, and then we started to grow very productive thing, but then the 40% of the crop losses due to pest and diseases. So these are something we need to manage. If we want to feed the world and feed the second populous country in the world, India. So we need to use, we are using pesticide, we use integrated pest management approaches. We do, but then also we need to make sure we balance the human, animal, and environmental health. This is where the One Health comes. So One Health is now, it is a very important issue, and also it's very important approach the world is implementing, especially the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, UNEP, and also the World Animal Health Organization and World Health Organization. So all these are together, they have a quadripartite program to enhance the One Health in the world. So it is very timely that we have this conference here talking about and discussing, and also learning from the experience from others on biocontrol contribution to One Health. And because this goes hand in hand, if we want to have a sustainable agriculture, sustainable forestry, and have an environmental health, and we need nature-based solution. So this is where the biological control comes. So it's really great to see here not only the scientists, and there are practitioners, and there are private sector here, and also the students, and government officials, and also representing many countries, institutions. So it is going to be really productive. I am certain it's going to be a very productive session, conference, and we are going to learn from each other. Looking at the agenda, I can see we are going to learn from each other. So I really want to wish all the best and look forward to very productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiroma, for thought-provoking remarks. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Johannes Hehle, Head of Institute for Biological Control, Germany, for opening remarks. Dr. Johannes has expertise in the field of insect viruses and microorganisms as biocontrol agents for pest management.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear dignitaries. I feel very humbled to be invited here to say a few words to you. I think it is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to share our ideas and our concepts and the research about biological control during this conference. I am further excited because it's my first time to Bangalore and even my first time to India, and I'm looking forward for talking to you, having exchange with you, and talking about the future development. Biological control, this is the topic of the conference. This is actually old science and an old tradition, but the implementation of biological control, at least during the last decades, was severely hampered, of course, of the power of the chemicals we had to be used in the plant protection. But now biological control is leading the niche as it was during the last decades. It was a niche maybe in special crops or for special applications. And now all over the world we see the need to reduce the input of substances, the input of chemicals, and move forward to a more, to better control measures which are more nature-oriented. So we are improving the pest control methods towards a more resilient and towards a more sustainable approach. And also, of course, this also will help us to achieve the UN goals of the Sustainable Development. Zero hunger already was mentioned, but also there are other goals within the UN. In the past, there was already tremendous progress, at least in the science, but also in practice with biological control. But of course, there were also setbacks because not every promise was fulfilled. We need to work on regulatory hurdles, which is still, I think, a big issue. And there are also new challenges ahead. And we need new solutions for those ones. But biological control also gives us the offer to unify production of food and feed with the nature, and this is what we are intending for. I'm deeply impressed by the innovation coming from countries like India, but also South America, Brazil, to mention. Here there's a lot of things going on, biological control, and I think many of these innovations will have a big impact in the future. And with this, I would like to finish. I would like to wish this conference exciting presentations, but also vivid discussions and a fruitful exchange among the scientists, but also among all the others, the regulators who are here, the industry which is here, and also representatives of the different branch. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity speaking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Johannes, for your enlightening words. Now we move to the official release of Book of Abstracts for the second ICBC. This book is a compilation of insightful contributions from scholars, researchers, and experts from across the globe. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to come forward and officially release the Book of Abstract.
for doing the honors. A lot of hard work has been done for this book, so I think you will get a good read out of it. So with this, now I request you to take your seat, and now I request the chief guest of today's opening ceremony, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, to present his remarks. Dr. Satyamurthy is the Research Director for Biosecurity at CSIRO in Australia and is the current President of IOBC Global.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a special good afternoon to the dignitaries on the stage. I'm really excited to be here representing IOBC Global. I want to start by congratulating the Indian Council for Agricultural Research's NBAIR and the Society for Biocontrol Advancement for putting on 2 ICBC 2025. Putting together an international conference is always a significant challenge, and getting the balance right across the breadth of a discipline like biological control is always a challenge. So please join me in congratulating the organizing committee for putting that together. I want to acknowledge the importance of this conference that's organized as an international meeting that is held in India to advance biocontrol. I see tremendous opportunity for India to be a leading light in biocontrol. There's a lot of potential for what biocontrol can do for the betterment of agriculture, the environment, and society in India. And given that potential, I'm really excited to see the breadth of expertise across academia, across government, across private research institutions, and of course industry in attendance at this meeting. Just a quick word about the International Organization for Biological Control that I represent. It's an institution, it's an international institution that has existed since 1955. Many of you, I suspect, are already aware of it. As scientists, you might have consulted its journal, Biocontrol. As scientists, you might be part of its many working groups. IOBC Global's vision is to promote sustainable and safe evidence-based use of biological control for the management of organisms that impact our agriculture and our environment. These are organisms that we refer to in various forms: pests, weeds, diseases, invasive species. I want to highlight that IOBC is structured in a wonderful way as a cooperative. It is made up of multiple regional sections, and I want to alert all of you to the fact that there is an Asia-Pacific regional section that is currently led out of New Zealand, and it is a section to which scientists and industry members from across the Asia-Pacific can contribute. And I invite you all to do the same, to join the IOBC community of global biocontrol experts and practitioners in much the same way that you are all likely members of the Society for Biocontrol Advancement. I was particularly thrilled that 2 ICBC 2025 has One Health as a central component of it. Now, many of you are probably aware that One Health as a concept has been around for some 2 decades. But it is definitely, as highlighted by Dr. Satyapala, it is gaining momentum globally as an organizing framework to highlight the interdependencies between human health, animal health, plant health, and environmental health. I encourage you all, particularly those who might be PhD students or those who might be postdocs, to consider reviewing several recent publications that has explored the interface between biological control and One Health, and the important role that biocontrol plays in achieving One Health. I'd like to take this opportunity to emphasize that biocontrol needs to have a bold vision to contribute to One Health. At the very least, we need to be thinking about a philosophical reframing. Our current state in global food production and food security relies on innovations from the Green Revolution, including several significant advances from the chemical sector around developing solutions for pest management. But we are currently in a state where chemical solutions are seen as the first resort and biological solutions are seen as the last resort. If I can humbly submit to you that what the world needs is a bold vision that thinks about biological solutions as the first resort and chemical solutions as the last resort. Please don't mistake me. I'm not saying chemical solutions don't have a role. They absolutely have a role, but it's about recognizing how we can utilize those tools in the best possible manner. To attain this aspirational future state, we need to appropriately support, promote, and importantly regulate all forms of biocontrol. But we need to do so championing fit-for-purpose regulations for biological management solutions. And that will ensure that we have biological control continuing to play an important role in sustainable agricultural production and sustainable environmental management. Now, one of the challenges in meetings about biological control is often we focus a little bit too much on biocontrol versus chemical control, and often that fixates on biopesticides versus chemical control. I just want to again emphasize, and I'm sure that most scientists in the room are already familiar, we have to keep reminding ourselves that biocontrol comes in at least three important forms. Conservation biological control, where we intentionally recognize, value, protect, and benefit from the resilience provided by biological systems, by biodiversity, that we can tap into as an ecosystem service. Then there is classical biological control, where we deploy self-perpetuating biological control solutions for landscape scale and more permanent and cost-effective management. And then we have augmentative biological control, where we actively and regularly deploy biological solutions. It is that last part where we think more in the context of biopesticides. And there are definitely many commercial opportunities through augmentative biological control, as has already been highlighted. And we have distinguished representatives from industry that are opening an entire division recognizing that opportunity. But it is important for us to not forget the value of the other two forms of biological control, because without doing that, we can severely limit taking full advantage of biocontrol solutions in the pursuit of One Health. Having just perused the online program for the full meeting, and also now having had the opportunity to receive this wonderful book of abstracts, I'm really excited and looking forward to the diversity of ideas that are to be shared at this conference to see how best we can enhance both the science of biological control and also the applications in the pursuit of sustainable agricultural and environmental practices. This is especially important, as has been highlighted by other speakers before me, for small landholders in India and across the Asia-Pacific region more generally. Embracing biological control through the breadth of its science can start to bring to life the aspiration of both India's, the Asia-Pacific's, as well as the world's One Health agenda. I'm looking forward to the diversity of ideas that are shared at this conference to see how best we can do this. And through this, I hope to both learn from you and discuss with you the various opportunities that are in front of us. Through conferences like this, I'm hopeful that we can start to bring to life our collective aspirations for One Health, and I look forward to a productive and enjoyable conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking remarks. And now we are moving towards the end of this event. So this is the time to express the heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who has contributed a lot to make this conference a success. To do these honors, we have Dr. P. Sriram Kumar, Chief Organizing Secretary, 2nd ICBC, who has been the integral part of this conference. So with heartfelt gratitude, I invite Dr. Sriram Kumar to deliver words of thanks.
Esteemed guests and distinguished participants, good afternoon. As the Chief Organizing Secretary of this remarkable event, it is my utmost honor and privilege to extend my warm appreciation to every individual who has contributed immensely to make this conference see the light of day. At the outset, I express my profound gratitude to Dr. Himanshu Pathak, our Honorable Secretary DAIR and Director General ICAR, for his invaluable guidance and unwavering support that made this international conference possible. His gracious act of inaugurating the conference website last April marked the beginning of this incredible journey. A special note of appreciation to our previous Deputy Director General of Crop Science, Dr. T.R. Sharma, and our new Deputy Director General, Dr. D.K. Yadava, for their encouragement and steadfast support to this conference. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, Assistant Director General, Plant Protection Biosafety, ICAR, for her support as well. I acknowledge the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, DAIR, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, the Ministry of External Affairs, and the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, for granting necessary permissions and fostering international collaborations. A deep sense of gratitude is also due to the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, our parent body, and the Directorate of Plant Protection, Quarantine and Storage for their generous financial assistance, which has played a crucial role in ensuring the success of this event. Our co-sponsors, whom we proudly call the knowledge partners, APARI, CAVI Bioprotection, IAPPS, ICAR-SAT, and IOBC APRS, along with the Entomological Society of India and Plant Protection Association of India, have extended their unwavering support in numerous ways, including actively promoting this event through all possible channels. A wholehearted thanks to our platinum, gold, silver, and bronze sponsors, particularly Dhanuka Agritech, UPL, and Tropical Agro Systems, and all other supporting industries and organizations whose generous contributions have strengthened our mission and made this conference a reality. I am deeply grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, President IOBC Global, and our esteemed guests of honor, Dr. Johannes Ehel, Dr. Shiroma Satyapala, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. Aji Agarwal, and all other distinguished guests for their valuable insights, which have really enriched this event. My personal appreciation goes to Dr. S.N. Sushil, President of the Society for Biocontrol Advancement and Director of ICAR-NBAIR, for his leadership, support, and dedicated efforts towards making this conference a grand success. A special mention to the organizing committee, volunteers, and support staff whose tireless efforts, dedication, and behind-the-scenes work have ensured the seamless execution of this conference. A big thank you to all the participants. Your enthusiasm, dedication, and intellectual engagement are the true driving force behind this international conference. I would also like to thank the press and media representatives for their support and coverage of this event. As we move forward, I encourage all attendees to make the most of this opportunity. For any assistance, our dedicated volunteers are present to support and guide you throughout the event. Please do not hesitate to reach out to them. Thank you, and I look forward to the continued success of our collective efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we move forward, let us take a moment to honor our great nation. I request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Now we will take a short break. Before short break for high tea, I request everyone to please assemble near stage for group photo. Please move forward, assemble near.
Actually, we request you to move towards the stage. The photographer will take from that side. Please, you can move from there. Okay, okay. Yeah, you can stand as you are. We'll take this way photo. premier Indian institute dedicated to insect science. He is also holding position of project coordinator of All India Coordinated Research Project on Biological Control of Crop Pests. And earlier he has served as the plant protection advisor. Many of us know that he was PPA to the government of India and played a significant and dynamic role in policy reforms pertaining to plant protection in India. He has chaired and been member of several significant and important national and international committees and has led the Indian delegation in various international fora. Over the years, he has developed and commercialized and also patented numerous eco-friendly technologies for insect pest management. He has published more than 400 research publications in form of research papers, books, book chapters, technical bulletins, etc. And his exceptional contributions to the field of entomology have earned him numerous awards and recognitions, including WIPO Gold Medal, Societal Innovation Award, ICAR Team Award, Global Biopesticides Excellency Award, and several fellowships, including Fellowship of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. As the director of ICAR-NBAIR, Dr. Shushil envisions making the institute the nodal point for serving the national and global needs, focusing on identification services, ecosystem services, and eco-friendly management of invasive and native insect species. Above all, he is a very dynamic and vibrant leader, guiding and inspiring and motivating all the staff of ICAR-NBAIR in the forefront of entomology field. I now request my other convener to introduce the other chair.
Good evening, one and all present here. I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. P. Sriram Kumar, who is chairing this session, along with Dr. S. N. Shushil. Dr. P. Sriram Kumar is a principal scientist at our bureau, and he has got 28 years of research and development experience in diverse aspects of plant pathology, acarology, and entomology. His accomplishments include the introduction of exotic rust fungus Puccinia for classical biological control of invasive weed Mycania micarantha in India, and he is involved in the development of acaropathogenic fungus Isutella thompsoni into a mycoacaricide for the management of coconut mite and broad mite. And he is also involved in the mass production and field use of predatory mite, that is Diplodromus transvalensis, to counter the phytophagous mites and thrips. And presently, he is focusing his research on the biocontrol in the protected and open field crops. Over to the chairs.
So good afternoon, everyone. So now we are going to start the plenary session 1, wherein there are 3 speakers, Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy, Dr. Shiroma Satyapala, and also Dr. Johannes Jele. In fact, the other lectures were planned. So Dr. Andy Shepard, his flight is late, so he'll be coming little late. So that's how today Dr. Shiroma Satyapala will be speaking. So first of all, I would like to invite none other than Dr. Raghu Satyamurthy. The topic is, show this topic, I think it was there. So he will be speaking about Raghu Satyapala. If I say a few words, he is a research director for biosecurity at CSIRO in Australia and is the current president of IOBC Global. He has worked as an academic researcher and research manager for over 2 decades with a focus on environmental management in the context of developing sustainable biological solutions for invasive plants and insects across Asia Pacific. Through his leadership, a role in CSIRO, Dr. Satyamurthy supports the coordination of complex national and international R&D to achieve outcomes and impacts in agricultural and environmental biosecurity. In his IOBC global role, he aims to strengthen the translation of the discipline of biological control through collaborations and partnerships and through harmonization of global policy and governance framework. So may I now invite Dr. Satyamurthy to speak on the advances needed to sustain the next chapters of biological control. Over to you, Dr. Satyamurthy.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. Thank you for that very kind introduction, Dr. Shushil. Biological control has an illustrious history that is over a century in the making. And so my talk today, I'm going to take some liberties in imagining what the next chapters could look like in order to support sustainable agriculture and sustainable natural resource management, including the conservation of biodiversity, particularly with the intention of supporting the One Health agenda, which is the theme of 2 ICBC 2025. So I'd like to begin by just re-emphasizing that this One Health concept is incredibly important. It's at least 2 decades, even older if one looks at traditional texts of different indigenous countries, indigenous communities. But in essence, what One Health is trying to achieve is an integrated, unifying approach that sustainably balances the needs of people, animals, plants, and ecosystems. It recognizes that the health of human beings is intrinsically entwined with the health of domestic and wild animals, with the health of plants, and the health of the wider environment. These interdependencies are what make the One Health paradigm a useful framing within which to think about biological control. Now, it's not a surprise, I'm sure, to many in the room that there are many environmental, economic, and social drivers that result in certain species going on to be problematic. Those species, which we variably refer to as pests, weeds, and diseases, as I said in my earlier address, are exacerbated by a wide variety of factors that are indicated on this slide. Collectively, these result in the movements of species outside of areas where they are under some form of regulation or control and into other areas where they are less under control, thereby becoming biosecurity threats, going on to have impacts that are both economically and environmentally costly. Now, to date, though, the One Health concept has largely focused within the dotted box on this slide, focused on how do we understand plant systems, animal systems, environmental systems, and human systems to benefit human health, and to some extent it has meandered into animal health. It has not yet fully embraced the opportunities in plant health and environmental health, and there I see a significant opportunity for us all to engage, including through biological control. Now, most recently, at the end of 2024, a seminal paper was published by Urs Schaffner and colleagues in the journal Science of the Total Environment that spoke to not just why One Health is important and how biocontrol as a discipline can be helpful in enabling One Health. But a key facet of that is something I mentioned in my opening remarks at the opening of the conference, which is to remember that biocontrol comes in many stripes, at least 3 stripes that it comes in. While we are trying to exploit living organisms, which we call biocontrol agents, to combat other organisms, which we call pests, weeds, diseases, we're trying to do so directly or indirectly for human good, but we're also trying to ensure we manage broader environmental assets more responsibly. In order for something to be biological control, it needs at least 3 separate players. A biocontrol agent, which we sometimes refer to as a natural enemy, a target organism of concern, which, as I've said, we sometimes refer to as a pest or a weed or a disease or an invasive species, and it requires a human stakeholder that benefits from the service or ecosystem service that a biocontrol agent may be able to provide. It is really important when we're talking about One Health to not forget the 3 dimensions that are there. This slide from Cabby's PlantWise Plus program elegantly captures those 3 as a quick shorthand. Now, as I mentioned in my opening address as well, we have several well-established paradigms within which we operate. Integrated pest management, agroecological crop protection, integrated pest and pollinator management, integrated weed management, integrated resistance management, and more recently, integrated landscape management, that we can draw on to try and understand how we manage pests, weeds, and diseases across the landscape. Central to a lot of that is biocontrol as a nature-based solution, as has been mentioned already. And as I indicated in my opening address, one of the things that we should aspire to is to transition, to put in place this IPM pyramid, to sort of bring to life this IPM pyramid that has long been known, which is it's important to do prevention, detection, and control in that order, and it's important that the base of the pyramid is the largest and the top of the pyramid is the smallest. So my initial challenge for us to move from the current state where perhaps chemical solutions are considered by many stakeholders as the primary way to manage biological organisms, to moving from that current state of chemical solutions primary and biological solutions secondary, moving towards a future state where perhaps biological solutions can be primary and chemical solutions can be secondary, in alignment with the IPM pyramid that we have long known. So over the course of the next few slides, I'm going to take in turn both all three aspects of biological control: conservation biological control, classical biological control, and augmentative biological control, and just speak to what I see as the science needs and what I see as the regulatory needs that are needed to sustain the next chapters of biological control, to ensure that biocontrol can have the next 100 years of contributions and beyond as well. So again, to emphasize, conservation biological control recognizes and intentionally benefits from the biotic resilience provided by resident biodiversity. We've used the term sometimes ecosystem service in this context. In terms of science needs, what this requires is for us to think beyond the crop margin, think beyond the specific focal organism that we're trying to manage, and take much more of a multi-trophic approach. Think about the interactions, the ecological interactions that are at play that result in any pest, weed, or disease becoming the challenge or the problem that it is. We then need to think through quite carefully how are we providing the ecological infrastructure to ensure that the beneficials that are present in the system can be supported to provide biotic resilience, whether that be through food rewards, whether that be through alternative hosts of prey, whether it's through appropriate shelter, whether it's about managing the diversity of resources, and whether it's about ensuring those resources are continuously available so that ecosystem service is also continuously available in service of whatever system we're trying to manage. It's important to also remember that that ecological infrastructure need not be at the scale of the field. The scales may vary. Those scales may be dependent on the organism of concern, on the biological control agents of concern. So at points in time, that scale might be a 1 hectare scale. At other times, it might be at broader landscape scale. So understanding the scales at which those ecosystem services create value become really important in thinking about how do we enhance this type of biological control. And another equally important thing to think about in the context of conservation biological control is, while different biotic components provide overall resilience in the system, those things are not interchangeable. They are not automatically replaceable one for another. We need to think about the extent to which those components in the system are in fact interoperable or interchangeable, and which ones are not. And we need to pay careful attention to that. In order for us to ensure conservation biocontrol is part of the toolbox to enable us to manage systems, we also need help from regulation to enable this. This can be enabled in several different ways. Here are just some suggestions. We can think about biocontrol as a service that we derive versus biocontrol as a business or as a commercial venture that we might be able to derive through conservation biological control. As a service, on-farm biodiversity conservation can be enabled through various policy levers that enable conservation of biodiversity at a scale at which crops are produced, at a scale in which forestry plantations exist, at a scale in which resources are produced, food and fiber resources. If those appropriate levers exist, then that can be thought of as a service that biocontrol is providing in that context. Increasingly, in the context of conservation biological control, there are numerous business opportunities as well. We have all witnessed the rise of organic farming. The certification of organic farming becomes important because it allows farmers of different sizes, different landholders of different sizes, to access the premium that organic farming can generate. There are also nature-based solutions markets that are available. An important market in that regard is the carbon farming market, which enables sustainable biodiversity use and sustainable soil carbon management and inorganic matter management on farms to be appropriately recognized in these carbon trading markets, thereby providing another source of revenue for landholders. Sustainability credentialing is increasingly important in terms of access to markets where growers who grow their products in a demonstrably more sustainable way through conservation biological control practices might be able to get a premium for their product over those that might not be using those approaches. And increasingly, we are starting to use natural capital accounting, which starts to explicitly put an economic value on the services we derive from nature. This is an imperfect way of doing things, but at least in a system where we need to be able to balance the various financial pressures growers feel, this provides another way of doing that. Now, classical biological control, as many of you will no doubt know, is the use of specialist biocontrol agents for self-sustaining landscape scale control. And it can help in both agricultural and environmental asset protection and the recovery of those assets. Now, here too, there are a range of science needs. We need to think through proactively about what are the emerging biosecurity threats in our region. Now, we know that once a biosecurity threat breaches a country's border, a nation's border, there is often a need for rapid response. But if we can anticipate what the emergent threats are in our region, we can prepare for that, including using biological approaches in a more anticipatory manner. Equally importantly, selecting which organisms to focus on requires a participatory approach, which requires working with social scientists, working with the breadth of stakeholders that are already present in our agricultural systems, to try and ensure that we are working on problems that are of importance to them. There are several of you in this room who are far more qualified than me to talk about this approach, because I know you are applying this work. Once we've determined what the target is for classical biological control, we also need to ensure we are using appropriate methods to pick the most specialized and most effective biocontrol agents. We have a significant body of literature to draw on, over 100 years of the practice of biological control, to draw on ecological insights to ensure we select biocontrol agents that have the optimal chance of benefiting us in both agricultural and environmental systems. And increasingly, we have a range of modern molecular tools, from phylogenies to phylogeography through to numerous forms of analytical techniques in bioinformatics to help us with prioritizing particular candidate agents over others. When we are introducing biocontrol agents as classical biocontrol agents, as has been done by NBAIR more recently to manage mealybugs, it is really important to do risk assessment well. And that risk assessment can draw on the latest insights from phylogenetic analyses, from biogeographic analyses, and functional genomics to ensure that we maximize the likelihood that we are finding the safest agents that we can release in order to have effective biological control. Now, increasingly, it's not important just to release a biocontrol agent. We need to validate whether that biocontrol agent is having the benefit that we want it to have. And we need to ensure that we are actively monitoring and using data in a smart way to ensure that we can evaluate the success of biological control. Increasingly, that data can be automated. That data is of big data nature, which means we are in the realm of quite significant digital uplift that's needed for us to be able to undertake that evaluation appropriately. And as is the case for any biocontrol strategy, classical biocontrol agents are not silver bullets. They are part of the suite of tools and techniques and technologies that we can draw on to assist us with integrated pest management. So we need to remember that, and that is a helpful thing. Just by way of a quick example, here is an example in the US from 2016 where emerald ash borer, an introduced species, which is a major invasive species impacting tree crops and also amenity trees in parks as well as in national parks. Left untreated, emerald ash borer can continue to have major impacts, and the only option is either to replace the tree. We have to cut the tree down, replace the tree, which results in a range of impacts, including creation of various disruptions to water cycles and so on and so forth. We can react instantly by using a chemical control tactic, which can be incredibly effective, right? But the risk you run into then is resistance to the chemical, and how will that be managed into the future? In this study, the authors found that while biocontrol on its own may not be efficacious, in this instance, integrating biological control with chemical control was actually proving to be valuable for management of emerald ash borer, and at the same time also with minimal impacts on the suite of native wasps that were present. Now, classical biocontrol is one that needs to be supported with significant regulatory support. As we already know, institutions like NBAIR have a quarantine facility in which they can do that work, and that kind of infrastructure is really, really important. And enhancing the number of laboratories that have that kind of infrastructure can increase the amount of classical biocontrol work that could be undertaken in any location. But it has to be done thoughtfully and carefully, because these are regulated spaces where only certain types of research and certain types of researchers with the appropriate training can do their work. But biological control also requires the willful movement of biodiversity from one country to another. That can be challenging. That is often where there is a regulatory hurdle of being able to access biocontrol agents from one country into another. But we know it is possible, as has been demonstrated by NBAIR. We know that's possible to do. It is a question of how do we ensure we work collaboratively with our regulators and policymakers to ensure the right regulatory framing is there under the right international protocols, the Convention for Biodiversity and the Nagoya Protocol, to ensure that there is both access to biodiversity and an equitable sharing of the benefits that emerge from that. Now, there is also biocontrol as a business opportunity. Now, in many instances, while classical biocontrol is not intended to be a for-profit endeavor, it doesn't mean it can't be undertaken in a not-for-profit manner to enable social upliftment. So here are two photographs which are examples from South Africa. The Working for Water program in South Africa is an amazing example of how both social upliftment happened, which enabled people from poor, underprivileged backgrounds, including disabled people, to be actively involved in the mass rearing of biological control agents to enable releases to manage various aquatic weeds, which eventually help water be conserved, which is a vital resource for any country, and obviously South Africa as well. I am acutely aware that ICAR has also had these kinds of programs through NBAIR, and that's really a great opportunity to see about how we can support more of those as social entrepreneurs, not just commercial entrepreneurs. And then the third part I'll come to is around augmentative biological control, which as we know can be a combination of either specialists or generalist agents for targeted and often temporary control for in-season agricultural and environmental asset protection. Now, here too, the science needs are self-evident. Often, there are challenges to do with the quality of biological control agents that are available, ensuring that people are not promoting chemicals but actually branding them as biopesticides. We need to manage that risk very carefully. There remains a challenge around shelf life of some of the biocontrol agents. And here too, we need to think about the extent to which one biological agent is interoperable with another or is transferable with another. And we need to ensure that we appropriately integrate control tactics or technologies. on this figure here on this slide, there has been a significant amount of thinking that's been done on how we could do this in many systems. But the example on this slide is one from a forestry system where we can think about how can you manage quarantine, classical biological control, conservation biological control, and augmentative biological control to enable sustainable forestry management. Now, in terms of regulatory needs, here too, in the context of as a service, we can talk about how we might be able to do small scale, at the farm scale or at the farmer scale, opportunities for mass rearing of augmentative biological control agents. They present social upliftment opportunities, but perhaps this is the area of biological control where there is more commercial interest in terms of what could be done. So there is an opportunity here for regulation to support biocontrol and bioprotection as a business, provided we have the right fit-for-purpose regulatory climate in order to be able to do this. Most of you in this room will know that the definition of what is a biopesticide is reasonably well codified in documents like Codex Alimentarius. There can be more that is done to provide further clarification. But we do know that across these things we call biopesticides, there are microbials and macrobials and semiochemicals and botanicals. Now, for semiochemicals and botanicals, the current regulatory context that we use for chemical control technologies may be appropriate because they are, after all, chemicals, even if their origins are biological, right? So there is some opportunity there to follow the same regulatory context. But it doesn't seem to make sense from my perspective to use that same context for microbials and macrobials. So we perhaps need to think about whether we need fit-for-purpose regulations in that regard. And of course, where there is a commercial opportunity, there is a real opportunity for partnerships across public institutions, whether they be distinguished institutions like ICAR institutions or distinguished universities represented in this room. There is a real opportunity to work in partnership to see how we can bring forward those techniques and technologies. Now, I'll finish off with the last section by just talking about biocontrol and One Health. Now, we already talked about biocontrol being that suite of that mix of technologies, not just augmentative biocontrol. But in reality, when we talk about One Health, the human health aspect is still the largest, as illustrated in the diagram on the left there, with animal health and environmental health slightly smaller, and plant health being slightly smaller than that. This was a summary that was published by Phil Hume in 2020. I'm hopeful that those circles around animal health, environmental health, and plant health have increased in size a little bit. But it provides us with an opportunity to think about how we can use this One Health framing to derive both direct and indirect benefits from biological control. Because doing that is going to be important for what the future holds. It is of no surprise to many of you that we are living through the Anthropocene, which is an era where man-made climate change is real, and we need to be able to react and respond in a responsible manner for both food security as well as broader environmental sustainability. Now, for many of our biological solutions in a world under climate change, we will have one of these four scenarios play out, where our target and our control agent move in the same manner to climate change. We can move in one situation where our target occupies a broader range than our control solution. Those two scenarios are fine for us under a global change context or a climate change context for biocontrol solutions. But there are other instances where the bioclimatic niches may not overlap, where they don't overlap, or where the bioclimatic niche of the biocontrol agent is significantly smaller than that of the plant. We are going to experience disruptions to biological control. And we need to prepare for how we are going to think about that. Even well-established biocontrol programs that are working today may end up being disrupted. And we need to think about how we're going to overcome that. There are many solutions. I will just put forward one in that regard. We have a significant opportunity to harness the power of modern genomics to think about how we might be able to overcome some of these challenges. One of those technologies that utilizes modern genomics is gene drive technologies. This is being considered in the context of developing biocontrol solutions for some invasive pests and weeds and diseases. These are selfish genetic elements that drive themselves through a population in violation of Mendelian inheritance. And so that is something that creates an opportunity for us to be able to drive a deleterious trait through a population in order to be able to assist with biological management. Now, all of these modern tools are great, but one of the key requirements around One Health is to ensure that regulation enables equitable access to those technologies. The equitable access is not just around developing countries versus developed countries, and that is important, but it is also important that it meets the needs of indigenous or First Nations people or Adivasis in India and others who rely on more basic forms of existence in connection with the land. This illustration on this slide is one where we are just embarking as CSRO on an endeavor with an international biotech company, Oxitec, which is based in the UK. We're forming a partnership with them to work on mosquito genetic control in Torres Strait. Now, this will hopefully enable the suppression of important vectors of animal diseases and human diseases that come across from Southeast Asia into Australia through the Torres Strait. But more importantly, we are trying to do this as an indigenous business venture. So what it allows economic upliftment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in this instance, in order to be able to manage vectors on their own land while doing it as a business that they own and that they run in order to enable upliftment while managing a One Health problem. So that's just an example in that regard. This is a very busy map and set of statistics. This is a summary of all biological control releases that has been released between the developing world and the developed world. And what we have here is an illustration that we can do more. There has been a lot of exchange of biocontrol agents between the global north and the global south, and we just need to continue to be able to do this to support that. What that needs is we ensure that we continue to engage in a multi-sector manner. We pay attention to equity of access. We take advantage of risk-benefit decision-making frameworks to guide our regulatory decision rather than risk alone. And we use different policy levers to help us for different IPM strategies. There can be incentives or disincentives. Each country will figure that out on their own. So I'll stop there. I will just finish with two slides, one promoting a conference that IOBC APRS is hosting in New Zealand around the biological control of weeds, which is going to be held in March 2026. If you're interested, please consider registering. That QR code will take you to the website if you wanted to take a quick snapshot. And with that, I will stop and thank you very much. Please consider joining IOBC APRS as well.
Thank you, Dr. Satyamurthy. Excellent presentation and very comprehensive. Thank you. I think as per the format, we will have a question. So if you have, maybe during break time, you can have the question. So thank you so much. The next
the next talk is by my good friend Johannes Ehel, who leads the Institute for Biological Control at the Federal Research Center for Cultivated Plants in Dosenheim, Germany. The institute focuses on developing methods and strategies for the biological control of plant pests and diseases within organic and integrated production systems. Dr. Ehel's scientific work aims to enhance the use of insect viruses and microorganisms as biocontrol agents for pest insects. At the Technical University at Darmstadt, with over 125 peer-reviewed publications and book chapters to his name. Johannes has made significant contributions to his field. He served as the president of the Society for invertebrate pathology from 2016 to 2018. And he has been Vice President of IOPC WPRS since 2021. It's now your turn to speak.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and welcome again. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very pleased to share some thoughts with you about the development in Europe. I thought I just can give a kind of a wrap up, some information. So how is biological control developing in Europe? The aim of my talk is covering several topics. One, of course, is the challenges ahead. Why do we need biological control? What is the European legal framework? What are the achievements and developments during the last, let's say, decade or 20 years? I also would like to share a couple of success stories with you. And finally, I will come to the current and future challenges. As Dr. Raghu already pointed out, agriculture faces unforeseen challenges. Actually, one challenge is the food production for 9 billion people by the year 2050. And according to a study of FAO, the world needs to produce more food between the year 2000 to 2050 than during the whole history before. Climate change was already mentioned. This is a huge threat, and we are facing a biodiversity crisis, which means a loss of natural functions. We are facing urbanization with 70% of inhabitants living in cities by 2050, decoupling actually the production of food and the consumers of food, and also decoupling maybe the understanding of each other. We are facing more political instability worldwide, loss of arable land, and also threats through trade and travel. And I just would like to give you a small example. So what you can see here is how the population grew by between 1990 and 2020. The population grew by 50%, but also the productivity of cereals grew by 50% to feed the people. But the land used for growing it did not increase. So everything was done on the available land. And this was achieved by pesticides and by fertilizers. Also in the same time, the fertilizer use increased worldwide by 50%, and the use of pesticide even increased by 100%. And this has dramatic consequences, and this is a study I would like to share with you from Germany. So this shows you the loss of insect biomass in fields during the last 30 years. So there was a drop of insect biomass by 93%. And there was a loss of parasitic wasps of different families by 80 to 100%. There was a drop of lacewings. All the controlling function, what Dr. Raghu mentioned with the natural biodiversity, with the functional biodiversity, so this is lost. But on the other hand, what you can see on the lower panel, the aphids got more. For what reasons? Because of the loss of natural functions. And this is actually entering a kind of a chemical treadmill, because the less biological function you have, the more chemicals you may need. And on other trophic levels, like the birds, we can see, last but not least, a similar decline. So the birds in the agricultural land declined in Europe during the last 30 years by 60%. There are main factors which are associated with this insect decline, and according to the studies I mentioned here, more than 50% are from agricultural practices. It's not only the pesticides, it's also the use of fertilizers, but in general also the intensification of our agricultural practices. And this was recognized of course, also by the politicians and also by the society. And so it is the aim of the European policy to reduce the use of pesticides. And so we would like to counteract the effect of pesticides on the environment and on the human health by reducing it from the agricultural practices. And the European Union has launched different activities to cut back the use of pesticides in Europe. And this aim is already in practice since about 2011. There's one regulation on the marketing of pesticides, which is the important regulation 1107/2009, and also the Sustainable Use Directive. And both the regulation and the directive, they clearly state there should be a preference for sustainable biological, physical, and other non-chemical methods. And they are promoting so-called low-risk products. So these low-risk products can be chemical, but they would have lower risk than comparable to others, or they can be biologicals. Since about 2019, we have in the European Union, we have the Farm to Fork strategy, and the aim of this Farm to Fork strategy is to reduce the use and the risks associated with chemical pesticides by 50% by 2030. And it's also the reduction of the use of more hazardous pesticides by 50% and increasing the organic farming scheme by 25% also by 2030. So these are aims, but they were not specified how to reach these aims. And this is, of course, important for the European Union, which consists of many, many countries. And for that reason, there was a draft of a new regulation putting these aims into action. But this draft of this Sustainable Use Regulation called SUR, it failed in the European Parliament in 2024, so we are still had to go one step back. But the European Union did not lose actually the vision to reduce chemical pesticides, and there's a vision of agriculture and food. It was just published last week, and it states for biological control agents a few actions. So the first action is to put forward a proposal to accelerate the access for biopesticides for the European market. So this is not a kind of a fast track. This second aim is to provide a definition for biological control. So we all scientists agree what is biological control, and Dr. Ragu already just mentioned, but there's no legal binding definition, and this is something we need to bring it in the end to the farmers and to the growers. And then it's also, another aim is to introduce the possibility for the member states to grant provisional authorization of biologicals, because the registration process in Europe, it still takes 5 to 8 years to get something on the market. And this is too long for small products like biologicals, which have a narrow market, and the companies cannot deal with these kind of very long times. And finally, that's the idea to create a fast-track procedure for the approval and for the authorization. So combining these is, so the definition, or the proposal for the definition is just what was mentioned. So these should include the beneficials, they should include the microorganisms, they should include the semiochemicals, and they should use the botanicals. And so the idea of these social demands, political aims, and the legal framework is to reduce the use of risks of chemical pesticides, to develop and use alternative methods, to employ low-risk substances and low-risk products, and develop low-input farming like the organic farming. There is the concept of integrated pest management, and it was already introduced, so I don't need to go into the details here. I just wanted to say is on the top of this pyramid, there are the chemical methods, and just below are the biologicals. And the whole idea behind it's very comparable to what is the fire brigade is doing, or fire prevention is doing. So we have, on one hand, we have the measure of fire safety, which is the prevention. We have the fire alarm, which is our monitoring systems. And then we have the intervention, which means if there is a fire, we need to react. And we can react with biologicals, or we can react with chemicals. But biologicals do not fit completely into this kind of dogma, or this, I call it a dogma actually, or into this pyramid. Because, as mentioned before, we have these different disciplines of biological control, the conservative biocontrol, the classical biocontrol, and the augmentative biocontrol. But we also have some augmentative biocontrol, which is preventive, because the effect or the action of these microorganisms or substances is quite slow. So we need to, or it can be also macroorganisms, so we need to apply them already when the pest is not there. So this can happen. And on the other hand, of course, the classical biological control, this is not a kind of a market strategy. It is more like a societal task. Now let's come to the framework of the regulatory system in Europe and in Germany. And just to give you a little bit an overview, and cannot go into all the details, but in Europe we distinguish between macroorganisms, biopesticides, and then biofertilizers and biostimulants, and there are even coming new technologies like RNAi or peptides. So for the macroorganisms, there are national legislations in Europe, so we have no European legislation. And then for the biopesticides, we have the regulation 1107/2009, and then this is somehow then transferred into national laws through the member state plant protection laws. So independently whether you have a biocontrol agent or you have a chemical, so the regulatory is very similar. There is a difference between the data requirement, because now in Europe we have different data requirement for microorganisms and for chemicals. But also like the botanicals or the semiochemicals, they are still considered like chemicals, and only we have a different data requirement for the microorganisms. For the biofertilizers and for the biostimulants, so they are regulated in a different way. So according to the European fertilizer product regulation, in Germany we have an additional category which is called plant strengtheners, and this is regulated according to the German federal plant protection law. And then for the new technology like double-stranded RNA sprays or so, also the regulation 1107/2009 will be applied. So this is quite complicated, but our microorganisms even make it more complicated because they do not follow these rules. And to give you an example, like most of the microorganisms which are used, like trichoderma, they are multifunctional. And they fit into these different categories. So on one hand, they act as biostimulants. On the other hand, they act as microbial plant protection agents. They also could act as plant strengtheners. And there are even reports from Germany, but also from the United States, that trichoderma also can cause plant disease. So this makes it quite complicated also for the companies to deal with all these kind of regulations. Nevertheless, there was a big progress during the last decades about the introduction of biopesticides and biocontrol agents into the European market. And this is shown on this slide here. On the left side, you can see the applications for new active substances in Europe from 1996 to 2022. And what you can see here is there are less and less new chemicals coming up in the to the application of for the registration. and there are more and more biological agents which are getting registered or getting applied. And so we are on the market or on the available substances, and this is what you can see on the right panel. What you can see here is, so we have a decline of chemical active substances, and on the other hand, a strong increase of biological active substances. This graph also, but I have to say this graph also shows a kind of a big threat, because it's a loss of active substances and it's a loss of application opportunities, because each of these chemical or many or most of these chemical active substances, they can be used for different crops and different pests. A biological active substance often is extremely specific, and therefore it's only useful for a few pests and maybe a few crops. And so on the other hand, for the biologicals, so they are not only highly specific, not only targeting a few pests, they're being applied in a few crops and for a few applications. They even face a selectivity dilemma, which means some of these biologicals are so specific that they even get not marketed because of the regulatory hurdles. And also this is something we need to work on it in the future. So the consequences for the farmers is we have a dramatic loss of applications, and we have also, in the future, we have difficulties in resistance management. And one of my take-home messages, and this was also mentioned in the presentation before, chemicals cannot be replaced by biologicals if we do not implement further preventive management measures, and they become a part of the production practice. So we need both. We need the change, but we need not only the change of the product and of the agent, we also need the change of the preventive measures. So the next graph just should show you a little bit how biological control products developed during the past decades. And what you can see here, it's an extreme success in the trading. So at the moment, the market is about $6.7 billion US, and it will double, or it's expected to double until 2028. In the European Union, we have now, as I mentioned before, more than 100 biological agents, pest control agents, and many of them qualify as low-risk substances. So in total, in the European market, we have now 20 anorganic and botanicals. We would have 27 microorganisms which qualify for low-risk agents. Not all qualify for it. And we also have about 24 single-chain Lepidoptera and pheromones qualifying for it. And if you look on the market segments, so they are about 44% used as fungicides, 47% used as insecticides, and there's a very small range of being used as herbicides. So how can biologicals contribute to the reduction of chemical pesticide, which is the aim? So if you look on the consumption of herbicides and fungicides and insecticides, you can see, okay, for the herbicides, we have not a lot of biological alternatives, but the herbicides are the most sprayed pesticides in Europe, followed or together with the fungicides. And the insecticides only make a very small part of it, maybe less than 10%. But on the other hand, the insecticides are those who have the biggest pesticide footprint in the human diet, if you consider also the ecotoxicology and the human toxicology. And here is where biological control can contribute a lot. So the biological control methods are well suited to contribute to the footprint of the pesticides. The next slide just shows you a little bit about the development in Germany from the 1980s to the 2020. So we had a steep increase in the 1990s on the using of beneficial insects, and there's a kind of a plateau since about 2010. But on the other hand, considering the biopesticides, including botanicals, pheromones, fungi, bacteria, and viruses, what you can see here, there is a strong increase during the last years. And now I just want to switch to a couple of success stories to show you how biopesticides can change practice of farmers. The first example is the codling moth control using a baculovirus, and that's my most favorite one because I'm working on that one. In the 2020s, IPM used more than 10 sprays of chemicals, and that changed already during the 2010s, so it was reduced to maybe 4 to 6 sprays for the first generation. In the second generation, that was switched to using a baculovirus, which is called CPGV. And that was to reduce the pesticide residues on the crop. So actually, this was a demand from the retailers. It was not. It was actually not. It was not proposed by the extension service people. In the 2020s now, the chemicals were even more reduced. Now we are at for IPM we are now at 1 to 2 sprays, and the rest is covered with virus control. And now actually what you can see for the organic one, where virus control is used during the whole season in combination with mating disruption. But what you can see here is the systems are approaching each other. And I think this is a very important message. Second example is the control of European corn borer with a parasitoid trichogramma. And here also what we can see is an extremely steep increase starting from 2015 to 2025. And this is because we can use these hectocopters for releasing the trichogramma. And this is a new technology and it's a new opportunity, and the farmers like this kind of methodology because it's safe. They do not use to spray chemicals. The third example I would like to share with you is tomato production. It's conventional tomato production in greenhouse, but it's chemical insecticide free. So this is achieved by the combined use of different parasitoids and predators together with application of BT and the application of trichoderma. So, and the case here is that the control of insect pests only depends on biocontrol. It's not organic because they're still using fungicide, they're still using fertilizer and all these kind of things. But the most toxic applications, they could be reduced to 0. And this is used in 98% of the growing area. So this is just to give you a few examples of success. So I want to come back to the key necessities and to the keys of biological control. So what is important? Biological control provides preventive and protective tools. They have a lower acute efficacy than chemicals. This is something we need to understand. They often have a better performance in long-term suppression of pests and diseases. So this needs to be combined. But also it's clear that because we are dealing with living organisms as control agents, they also depend on environmental factors much more than chemicals are doing. So they depend on temperature, they depend on sunlight, UV inactivation. And it's very clear if the system is tailored for the integration of biocontrol agents, that these systems have a very good effectiveness. But it's clear also that they cannot replace chemicals, active substances, without changing the growing system. And I would like to come back again to the IPM pyramid. This is shown here on the left hand, but I think this IPM pyramid is coming too short because this IPM pyramid is only considering the production side. It's not considering the consumption side. And a farmer cannot produce sustainable if the consumer is not behaving sustainable. And I'm very happy that Surendra Dara is here because he made this proposal for a new IPM including the consumers and including the retailers, because this is at least as important as the farmers, because the farmers cannot do the job alone. And just to give you a final example about the food waste, in developed countries and in less developed countries, so the food waste is extremely high, and actually I'm tending to say that at least in Western countries, all the progress we made during the last 2 decades went into food waste. It did not went actually into the human health. And this is something which needs to be stopped, otherwise we cannot do sustainable production of food. So to conclude, what are the contributions and the challenges of biocontrol in IPM? So the first thing is understanding there is a biocontrol toolbox available. We have a large number of specific and active substances, but many of them are small because they are specific. We have a selectivity dilemma because many of these selective products do not make it to the market. And of course, if we want to face the challenges ahead, we need accelerators, which means we need accelerated research, we need accelerated development. This is why we are here. But we also need better and more education and also a better education of the extension services. And of course, a kind of a fast track and more harmonized registration worldwide. Climate change is putting a threat also to biocontrol because it may need multiple of adaptations and of the methods. And on the other hand, even biological control looks somehow traditional. If we combine it with modern technologies and with innovative technologies, I think there's a big chance to getting it even better into the agricultural practice. So what is needed for the future, or even more needed for the future, is molecular tools for screening and characterization, scaling up of fermentation and production, new formulations, and also new application technologies. And finally, as mentioned, we need a sustainable production and a sustainable consumption needed. Last but not least, I want to mention one important activity in Europe which was initiated in 2019. And this is the initiative on towards a chemical pesticide-free agriculture. It was initiated by INRAE in France, but also with German institutes, JKI, Leibniz Institutes South. And now we have more than 38 institutions in 21 European countries picking up this idea to reduce chemical pesticides. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to take questions now or later during the coffee break or tea break. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes, for updating us on the European scenario of biocontrol IPM, and also the regulatory framework in EU, putting that in perspective for this audience. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
May I now invite Dr. Shiroma Satyapala. In fact, in the inaugural opening ceremony, Dr. P.K. Singh was pointing out that in forest ecosystem and such ecosystem, how the balance is being made. So I think it's let us hear from Dr. Satyapala on the global perspective on biological control in forestry and One Health. She is going to talk. Dr. Shiroma Satyapala is a forestry officer and at the FAO Rome, and has led the forest health and protection program in Rome since 2014. She oversees global efforts to safeguard health by addressing threats from insect pests, diseases, and other harmful bioagents, while also facilitating the forest invasive species network across multiple regions, covering more than 100 countries. The program assists countries on prevention, integrated pest management, as well as assistance, which includes projects that deliver both emergency response and long-term prevention strategies In addition, she is leading the biosecurity pillar of FAO One Health program. So over to you, Dr. Shiroma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susil. Good afternoon. So this is the last presentation, so I think you can have some patience. So I will be talking a little bit different. It's about the forestry, because I looked at all the presentations. Not many forestry subjects are there. So first, I want to know, forestry cover 30% of the total land area, and also it is like 4.06 billion hectares. So this is huge. From this, if you take the wood products with an annual commercial value is, if you get euro, is 1.5 trillion. And also it's the livelihood of 1 billion people. So you can see it is, we talk a lot about agriculture, but forestry is, it's also a very important part in our lives and in the world. And if you take the forest ecosystem services, I'm very happy Dr. Raghu has mentioned about this. It's account for 21% of the total wealth in land assets. And what I have to say is, if you take the forestry, 97% is natural forest, and only 3% is the plantation forest. So you can imagine, in natural forest, is there any possibility for us to use the chemicals? So this is where the biocontrol comes. So now I wanted to go to a little bit about biological invasions, because I think you are very aware of all the biological invasions on the agriculture crops. So I think this one, before Dr. Raghu also mentioned about this one, because it is the global movement of goods and people, and also it's enhanced by climate change. So every year, 35 million hectares of forests are affected by pests and diseases. So these are some facts from the surveys that are conducted by FAO. And if you go some key biological invasions, these are most recent one. If you take chestnut blight, I know we have been talking about the chestnut blight in the states where we lost the whole ecosystem, but it's happening in Europe and Central Asia too, because now the trees are disappearing. It's very interesting, when the annual crop is happening, pests and diseases, people see it very quickly, but a tree is dying, they will see only after 10 years. So, and they cannot understand why it can be sick. It's like people don't expect trees to be sick. So the chestnut blight, and also the western conifer seed bug. This is a very big issue in Mediterranean. In Lebanon, if you know you are eating your, I don't know here in pine nuts, if you are using, that's a huge production loss because of this western conifer seed bug. And Polyphagus short-throat borer, this is affecting most of the urban trees, and avocado. And this is tree of heaven, and my dear friend Dr. Jele knows, because this is a huge issue in Europe. And also boxwood moth, it has destroyed 80,000 hectares of natural stands of 600-year-old boxwood forest in Iran alone. So this is kind of a losing these trees are not only a country is losing, the whole world is losing. And also we know about ash dieback, because it happened in the UK, and it is in the Europe as well. And another one is the eucalyptus forest pest. So this is, we have planted eucalyptus all over the world with that, and the pests are there. So now every country is working on to control the eucalyptus pests. And I just wanted to mention about this. This is it's not one introduction. There are multiple introductions. I think we mentioned about that also, because now it is very difficult to get even to say the traceability. So this is also, we need to think about it when we do it. Now, before I go to the next one, several people ask me, your organization, are you doing any research? So I thought it will be good for me to give an introduction of what is FAO. So it's a specialized agency of the United Nations. You will ask why it is specialized agents, because like WHO, we are also working on technical work, and we are implementing mainly. And it's an intergovernmental organization. I cannot go to a country and work unless the country is requesting us. So, and also we have 194 member states and the EU. So we work with the countries. So we have commissions to work with, like commission on agriculture and a commission on forestry, commission on fisheries, and all these we are working together. And I will talk about it a little bit later. And we have offices in 130 countries and headquarters in Rome, and that is where I work. So all our work, we have a very strong animal health division, and also we have forest health, plant health, and also land and water. So we are working with everything, and also with the country officers and regional officers. So all our work is under this, our strategic framework. So our aim is to have a better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. So with all together, the accountability for the SDGs also we have divided accordingly. Now, I am not going to talk about the FAO work but I am going to tell forestry priorities, because that is where I work. So all our work, it's divided into 4 themes. It's halt in deforestation and forest degradation. So that is where my work is coming. It is on forest health and protection, because that is the cause of one of the key cause of forest degradation. And then we have a lot of work on forest restoration, reforestation, and afforestation. And this is coming to REDD+ and all this work, and also landscape management. And then we have conservation, sustainable use of forests to enhance forest-based livelihoods. This is the forest products and non-wood forest products as well. And then the last, improving forest-related data and information capacities, because this is something the world using, like forest resource assessment. All the countries, including India, is part of it. And this is where we generate data for the world. So now I want to tell what I do. And also in FAO Forestry, we work with the national forest agencies, academia, research institutes, regional organizations, NGOs, and also with private partners. Like we have projects with ICAR and all these private partners as well. Now I will just go a little bit about FAO Forest Health Program. So what do I do in there? So the work is mainly working on supporting the countries, and supporting the countries for preparedness, early warning, and also rapid response. This is the emergency. But also we have non-emergency where we develop for capacity building and for forest health strategies. And also one of the key things, I really like yesterday we had a small meeting and we discussed about, I think it's Dr. Krishnan who mentioned about it. Looking at holistic way of doing, not as an entomologist, not as a pathologist, not as chemical ecologist or something. Because in the forest, we need to actually make sure we increase the resilience of forests. So this is also in the biocontrol agents, and we will need in this area. So that area is very important, especially with the climate change. So this is where we are working very hard. And also we do knowledge management. These are global products. I have to say it is not done by me. It is done by many experts all over the world. Every product we produce, they are product of the experts around the world. And also we do capacity building. The capacity building we'll do project-wise, or also I will mention some mechanisms we are using. So I want to show some of the most recent publications and upcoming ones. So we actually updated Guide to Implementation Phytosanitary Standards in Forestry, because I think it's really good. Dr. Purnima is here. the plant protection, if you look at it, the language is very different to forestry. So we wanted to make sure forestry understand this plant, the IPPC terms. Because when you say plant, trees are big plants. So, but people forget that. So we wanted to make sure they understand and they have the language. So this guide, if you want to know about phytosanitary standards, very simple way, this is available online. Please read it because it's very simply explaining. You don't have to go to the standards to understand. And also we developed for Europe and Central Asia forest contingency plan. This is also something we discuss because we need to do prevention. But the thing is, if you understand what are the emerging pests, have a contingency plan, then you are prepared. So this is really important. I think India, it's very important aspect. And we will be producing forest biosecurity guidelines. This is part of our One Health program actually in the FAO because we have biosecurity guidelines for livestock and also fisheries, but we do not have for plant or forest biosecurity. But because forests are unique, so we decided to have a separate one. And this will be in peer reviews, and if you like to peer review this one, I'm very happy to send it. And also we are thinking to do a global review of forest pests and diseases because this one actually to get data because the last one was done in 2010 and we want to do it again because this will be used as to get all the data. So also I want to tell these are the projects, field projects currently we have. But they are very different. In Argentina, it is about beavers, how to control the beavers. So we have to think not only about crops, we need to think about some of the ways of doing the vertebrates as well. And if you get DPR Korea, it's North Korea, that is about the Siberian moth. So how to use the biopesticide. Remember, these are forests with high biodiversity, cannot use the chemical unless it's very specific. So so we have several projects. I'm not going into all these because, but I will go what is very much related to for biological control. But in countries like Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, actually we wanted to increase the forest resilience. This is where we use the microbial biostimulants and everything. So that's why everything is, we need to look at in holistic way. We cannot do separately look at when it comes to forestry. Now I said we have a mechanism for capacity building. So this is the regional network. And we have 5 networks where the main focal points. And now we have, it's about over 100 countries. I'm really happy to tell one of the founders of the Asia Pacific Forest Invasive Species Network is in the audience. It is Dr. Shankaran. So I really need to mention, because he has done a marvelous job establishing the network. So we use this network to capacity building. We know we do not have a lot of funding and all that to do everywhere in-person meeting, but with the pandemic, we had some opportunity to do the webinar, so we do. So we do capacity building and also mobilize resources and also the exchange of knowledge. This slide already Dr. Raghu has explained, so I am not going to explain it again. But I wanted to mention one thing. I think in my opening remark, I mentioned about quadripartite, the agreement we have. So it is FAO, UNEP, WHO, and World Organization for Animal Health. So we are working together on this, and then we look on all the sectors and of how to make society and One Health. And remember, this is also includes soil health. and water quality. Everything in environment, everything is included. So, and I'm not going to read the definition. I think you all remember that because Dr. Adu has already explained it. So, now this is in FAO. We got together all animal, plant, and environment together, and fisheries, animal, that one also part of animal health. We worked together and then we took, what do you mean by One Health? So you can see these are the word map we came. So it's about policy, biodiversity, food safety, animal health, water health, even social equity. So it's very bad. And climate resilience legislation, and something we have to remember, AMR. So this is antimicrobial resistance. So this is also something we need to think very carefully. And zoonosis. So these are kind of, we all work together. So that is the beauty of in One Health. We not only one sector, we have opportunities to work together. Now coming to, because I'm talking about the global perspective, I cannot not only talk about FAO. So we have the president of the IOBC here, so I put it on the top. Because actually we are using most of the experts from the IOBC. For all the work, we are using the experts from IOBC, which is very good, and we really support that, and we wanted to keep it. And also UFRO and CABI, and then I put the Society for Biocontrol Advancement, but because India is a big country, and it is really important, and you need to have it there. But I didn't put ICRA, but you know it is part of it, so I think you will forgive me. And then we have the Forest Service, USDA, and also we have something called Biological Control of Eucalypt Pest Alliance. This is done by University of Sunshine Coast in Australia. This is really interesting. It's like a little bit private and like government partnership. It's very good. So, and European Forestry Institute, and there are many more. So if I have missed somebody, please forgive me. Now, what we are doing in biological control, we do capacity building, also we do raise awareness, and we want to break structural and cultural barriers to biological control adoption. This is something we are trying to do in every country. So these are the current exactly biological control projects we have. Like chestnut blight, we are using, it is augmentative biological control, and chestnut galvus, we are using the classical biological control. And then eucalyptus pest, of course, classical biological control. And then the red palm weevil, we are using the pheromones and the microorganisms as well. So these are the kind of direct ones, but other than that, as I said, in other countries we are using different, how to increase the forest resilience. And this is not forestry, but I have to mention, because India also part of it, and I know Dr. Sushil, you are working on this one, the Global Action for Fall Arm Control. This is somewhere all the countries need to work together, because this is not only one country, this is so wide, and the impact is very huge. So something we need to work together. FAO is working with CABI and also the countries, the experts in the countries on this one. Now I want to pay attention. I know it is a bit small to read, okay? So, but read the one, Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. They have a work plan. So Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, it has members from 179 countries and EU. So so if you take from 2023, 25, 27, 29, and also up to 2030, so the countries have agreed to this work plan. So I really want India, when your country representative, I don't know, I think maybe somebody here is attending these meetings. I really want them to go and make sure because there are some aspects, like if you go to access and these benefit sharing, you can see what is relevant to biological control and also microorganisms and invertebrates. So there are many things related to biological control. So make sure your concerns are expressed. So in every country we say we have these commissions, and every country representative are coming to the like Commission of Forestry. Every 2 years they are coming and they say what are their the needs. So we work according to the country's need, because we can't have our own agenda. So what we want, whatever the countries are saying, we are doing. So my request is, get to know about this, these commissions and make the difference there. So it's very important. That is where you can make the policy, regulatory, everything. Because in higher level it's happening, then it has to come to national levels. So this is very important. Now I will just give some of the implementation of biological control in countries. It's mainly classical biological control. We have a lot of issues. In argumentative, actually in some countries have concerns, but it's not much. But still, we need to do some risk assessments and all that. So I will just mention little this, but these are all everything you know, but these are related to forestry. So if you take classical biological control, it is permanent and self-sustaining. Even conservation one is self-sustaining. If you can make it continue, it is permanent and self-sustaining in the same way. Only in argumentative, like if I take chestnut blight, it is actually, if you do properly, it is also self-sustaining and permanent. So this is ideal for protected areas and also in the plantation forest as well. But so this, we wanted to reduce the reliance on insecticides, because in most cases, like if you red palm weevil, we can use only systemic pesticides and the other pheromones, and so we need to be carefully do it. And also the forests are, because of the ecosystem services, and we need to make sure human health and the environment. So this is kind of a challenge we have. And so I have to say, governments are reluctant to invest in long-term projects. I think you all know it. It is not only relevant to India or something, but in many countries, because the government, every government is 4 years or 5 years. They want to see the results within that time. So that's the challenge we have. And because also the initial costs are very high. And also overly restrictive regulatory measures. Okay, so sometimes people don't understand the measures. And also there's lack of trust in risk. This is in many countries. I think Dr. Sankaran and we tried to work on weed biocontrol, and we wanted to do some webinars and talk to the government officials, but in some countries they were reluctant to have even the discussion. And also it is can be very difficult to demonstrate the results and also the benefits. Now, there is a perception related to its negative impact on biodiversity. So these are perceptions. So this is where we need to work. And now more and more the countries are share to the biological control agents. So these are like Nagoya Protocol, and I am not going to tell all that. So I'm going to finish very quickly. So there are many knowledge products from many organizations, but I want to mention this one. This is available. This is a one-page decision-making tool. I think you should have a look at this one. And this is very easy to use, and it is available. It is available online. And this is something you can talk with the policy worker how to do it. So this is really, this was developed by, again, experts from the IOBC. And I think you would should read about this sustainable use and conservation of microbial and invertebrate biological control agents and microbial biostimulants. So there are some points. They are all, all this, but this is something really good to read, because this one gives 10 recommendations for governments. Government is giving, and then it's good to read this one as well. And it's talking about mainstreaming. And also what Dr. Raghu has said, most focused on genetic improvement and conservation. So also we need to have more success stories. I think this we mentioned about it. This is a nature-based solution. We need to promote it. Ecosystem balance reduces diseases spillover in forestry and sustainable agriculture and forestry. So, and the most important is there is with the One Health, we can work cross-sectoral collaboration and we can share the expertise and also the resources globally. And this seminar, thank you very much, Dr. Susil and Dr. Stream, the opportunity to talk. And I think this is a great forum, and I hope to talk in the coming days. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Shiroma. Excellent presentation. She has given a very good, comprehensive presentation on the forest, and thank you so much for enlightening us. Actually, many things we came to know first time that the FAO, what are the activities they are doing as far as the forest sector is concerned. So thank you so much. So friends, we had 3 presentation, a very good presentation, I must say, by Dr. Raghu and Dr. Joans and also Dr. Shiroma. So one thing is very clear, like whether you talk of the global north or global south, so feeling is same. Everywhere there is a, more emphasis on the biological control or the biopesticides. I'm really happy to see that the European Union also, the decline in the pesticide registration, chemical pesticide registration, and more emphasis on the biologicals. Same way in India also, there is a lot of emphasis, as Dr. Raghu was mentioning, the all regulatory things. Definitely there are kind of hurdles at one or other kind, because people are more like scared once any invasion or any kind of introductions are made. And if at all it is a deliberate or kind of attempt made. So we are not many times sure whether it is going to be successful or it is going to be really detrimental to the biodiversity which we have. So that is the kind of more debates are required actually, and to have more SOPs for such kind of importations and releases. And that is why many times what I feel is when we go for classical biological control, it takes a lot of time, because the regulators are also not very clear that they immediately can they give a permission. So sometimes it becomes very, very difficult. As a scientist, I'm telling, though I saw it as a regulator, my perspective was different. When I sit as a scientist, my perspective is different. So regulators' point of view, I can understand. So many a times they take a lot of time and they take the views of the multiple people and then different organizations, then finally give their, and sometimes it may take years to get a permission. That is what, and there are the success stories. Very, very recently, like cassava mealybug invaded to India in 2020 only. We imported Anagarus lopezi from ITA, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. And we brought in 21, 22, and then we went for the, our own quarantine station. We have a quarantine facility. And then we went for the releases. Now the entire cassava growing areas, multiple releases, last 2 years we have been working, and now the cassava mealybug is at bay. It is already controlled. It has become a minor pest kind of thing. From the point of release, it has gone to 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers also we are intercepting. That means it is truly a success story, I can say, a very recent one. So there is a potential. So only thing is now, since all regulators are also sitting in this hall and all the scientists are also there, industry is also there, I think this is the best platform to discuss more and more and make it a more seamless kind of thing. But of course, we have to always look at our biodiversity. We have to secure our biodiversity. We have to ensure that our biodiversity is intact. So with these few words, I thank you all. Thanks all the 3 speakers, plenary speakers. Thank you one and all. Thank you once. I think we will close here, and we'll have a next session immediately after this
Sir,
on the industry.
Honoring plenary speakers.
Okay, please, please.
Now this is the time for felicitation. I request both the chair to felicitate our plenary speakers. First, I request our chair to felicitate Dr. Raghu. Please join us on the stage. Next, I request Dr. Johannes, please join us on the stage. Next, I request Chair to felicitate Dr. Shiroma, please. I request Dr. P.K. Singh to felicitate both the chairs. Please, sir, join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sushil to felicitate both the conveners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So dear all, we'll give you a 5-minute break. Please energize yourself and come back. We have an industry session.
important international conference indicates the future emerging market and the future emerging sector in the of biocontrol and the control of biocontrol contributions to one health. So before on the final anything from whatever is coming out of this session, let us start hearing from the industry participants. But time is short and we have to listen to all the partners which are either platinum, gold, silver, bronze and other contributors to this system. So okay, so organizers want to welcome chair and co-chairs. So please let us wait for another 2 minutes before we hear to others. Okay. So we will start with UPL Limited, representative from UPL. Anyone is here? Yeah, please. Yeah. Just introduce yourself. UPL Limited. Yeah, the same thing. So you just introduce yourself and in very brief, in 2 minutes, please tell what are your concerns and what is your.
Good evening, everybody. So basically, UPL is known for agrochemicals in business, but what we have done, we have integrated different verticals what we had and made a NPP platform. So NPP is primarily focused on all biological solutions, right groups to other biocontrols, microbial extract-based product, or the biostimulant. So we have variety of products in our portfolio, and we are heavily investing on R&D. Basically, so to to develop the new product and understand the pain points of growers. So we are working in that direction. So thank you.
Any concerns? What you feel?
Major concern what we have seen, the regulatory aspect. What happened? Product development stage. If all these goes very well, but what happened? What regulatory frame for chemical entities? It is not very well defined for biological entities. And the other aspect is that the experts who are supporting in this field also are not fully aware of the regulation. So these are the restrictions basically what we are facing. But yes, this is an initiative, and at least we are also now acknowledged, or we are getting information also how to deal with this. Thank you.
What changes specifically you required in regulation process?
Okay, so if you ask me what happened, like data generation particularly. So data generation is aligned for chemical entities. For example, if you see any long-term studies, repeat dose studies, which is regularly required in chemical pesticides. But if you want to do similar type of studies for biological, it is very difficult to trace first within the system. Then you have to have all detailed traceability in those matrices. So practically it is very difficult to do the study and come to So this is the major concern what we have seen. One example is that even dose formulation analysis. If you are talking about any live micro, so many times it is very difficult when whatever you have dosed to the reach to the target or not, which is of chemical pesticide to prove. So all these is what we are facing currently.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Noted all these points. Also, you try to send an email to them so that those points can be included in the proceedings as well.
Okay.
That will be much better because it is difficult to list all those things at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. But on the back side, there is a lot of bio movement, I think. It is not, all these bio movements should be controlled, and then please take your seats. A very important session because the industry, in the end, industry is there to promote all these technologies. So if we are not listening them properly, it will be difficult to then proceed further. Now, we have Dhanuka Agritech Limited as platinum sponsors, so must have been very good this company, this new system. Who is going, sir?
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dhanuka, also a leading company. We have established a Dhanuka Agriculture Center near Delhi at Dr. P.K. Sang also, and we have a synthesis R&D at Sanan near Ahmedabad. We are not only working for pesticides, we have precision agriculture, we have weather station, we have so for all the technologies in said the big fake biopesticides, 90%, it's my estimation, in name of bio.
Emerging biopesticides coming in the market or in the research system, wherever it is coming. So yes, definitely there may be a wide range of bio control agents. Some may be insects, some may be something else. So for all there has to be some bioefficacy guidelines are to be developed, and then mostly they are toxic free, so there is not much needed in that area. And then we are at, say, at a regulatory level, we are giving very easy sites and bio all, so that they come in the market, and then you can go for data generation that is still data coming is. So that is there. So Dhanuka, that yes, there is control the bad ones. Those bio agents which are really effective, efficient, and say economic also, and then should somehow have can identify the fly-by-night operators, and because such products bad name to this industry. So we are in the process, and that we will try to summarize in the end. So next is Tropical Agro System India Private Limited. Anyone from Tropical? Yeah, please come. Please introduce yourself and give your concern.
I'm Dr. Srinivasan, Vice President looking after the biological products for Tropical Agro System India Private Limited. And so Tropical Agro System is a 55-year-old company, and we started our agrochemical business with the chemical products, and in the last like more than 15 years we have diversified into biological products. Now, like we are equally strong in both biological products as well as the chemical products, and we are showing more focus on biological products of late. Like we are very strong, and we are one of the pioneer in India with a big basket of biological products. We have at least 17 registered biopesticides that covers Trichoderma viridi. We have got different formulations like liquid formulation as well as wettable powder. We have got Pseudomonas based formulations both. We have got Bavaria bassiana, Metarhizium anisophilia, Bacillus subtilis, and we also have a special formulation which is water soluble, which is a consortia of Bacillus species, Bacillus subtilis, Licheniformis, amyloliquefaciens. That also works exceedingly well in the field at a minimal dose of say 100 gram per acre. And the specialty of that product, TAC Poly, that's our brand name, is that it also secretes a lot of metabolites that works along with the spores. And we also have full range of biofertilizers, NPK biofertilizer consortia, mycorrhiza based formulations. We have got 3 formulations. One is based on root organ culture technique, which can be given through the drip fertigation system. We also have standalone biofertilizers like Acetobacter, Rhizobium, Azospirillum, Phosphobacteria, Frachuria aurantia, which is potash mobilizing. We also have a big range of biostimulants. We have got 12 biostimulants in the pipeline. We have already, in the process of registration, we have generated data bioefficacy, and I am also closely, we are as Tropical, we are closely working with the Agriculture Commissioner. He is also guiding us with the registration of biostimulants for us. So we also have a lot of organic nutrients. Some of the organic nutrients which are picking up a lot of attention, both in the industry and among the farmer, is like the potash derived from rhodophytes. So this product is exceedingly doing well at a very minimal dose. So we are one of the pioneers in India who sells these potash derived from rhodophyte, which is a red algae, Capophycus alvarezi. And really, you can't believe that the dose is only 48 gram, and it is like all these products, whatever I am mentioning here, like we have got more than 50 products which are all registered with the Fertilizer Control Order of India, and as well as the Central Insecticide Board. So all these products are registered, and as the group chairman of Dhanuka said, the problem is with the pseudo bio. So we also know as an industry genuine players like that, all our products are organic certified with IMO control, and now we are getting EcoCert certification also. For a genuine players like us, so these problems used to exist there, but I can tell that with the introduction of regulations for biostimulants, so now the dealers are in a position that they cannot showcase any product which are not registered in their outlet. So now the situation is evolving in such a way that all these spurious products, pseudo-bios, it cannot be sold in the outlet with the introduction of biostimulants. So whatever gap that was existing in the market, now that gap was closed, because all these pseudo-bio operators were selling the product in the name of biostimulants. Now that gap is plugged, so now I think we will not face that problem in the future. So as such, we are very strong in the marketing across India. So we are also exporting our biological products. Most of our focus is on biological products, both nationally and internationally. And thanks for the opportunity. I really don't have any concern with respect to production and marketing. So I take suggestions from you. Thank you.
So thank you, the representative from Tropical, that he showed that if you have a diverse product range with you for marketing, yes, it will be in future definitely a good input to be sold to the farmers. That is very important, and every industry has to come up with their own unique products which can be sold to the farmers as a important input for their sustainable agriculture. So now we have a representative from KABI India. Yeah, please, madam.
So good evening. My name is Dr. Malvika Chaudhary. I'm the Global Team Leader for Digital Product Usage for KABI PlantWise Plus. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. And I wanted to just reiterate that we were speaking about AI and digital technology, bringing promotion and awareness about biocontrol and biopesticides. So KABI has also made this effort to bring in KABI Bioprotection Portal, which is promoting the uptake of biological control and biopesticides. With our flagship programs, PlantWise and PlantWise Plus, we had seen that extension officers are not recommending biopesticide just because the trade name was missing. So whenever they would be talking about active ingredient, and the farmers would go to the agro input dealer. So I would just support what Dr. R.C. Agarwal said, that they would end up with a spurious product. So that is why KABI, with permission of CIBRC, we got the list of registered biopesticide as an interactive portal and a tool, KABI Bioprotection Portal. So with this, with help of this, if a person wants to understand which commercial product can be used for a particular crop and pest, then that can be searched and used. That is very fine, and we are building in, through our program, we are going to 27 countries, India being one of the country, and we are very happy to say that we have around 970 products on board for KABI Bioprotection Portal. So we are building in-country partnerships to disseminate this tool so that it can reach more and more farmers. We are also inviting private sector to be our partners, because this is an open access tool. And to keep this tool as an open access tool, we need partnership, we need sponsorships from the private sector, because it is their products that we are promoting. And if they put in more information about their products and even the data, the efficacy data, that will assure the users, the extension officers will be able to recommend them without any hesitation and with much more confidence. But I'm sorry to say that we have only 3 partners in India, whereas we know there are 360 private companies working in this field. But it is really difficult to convince them to come on board. So as a matter of fact, we have 2 of them are named here, T. Staines, PJ Margo, and now IPL coming on board. Yeah, all 3 of them are here. So we're very happy that gradually this is building up. But I would say that private sector has a huge opportunity in associating with us for promotion of their tools, and not only the manufacturing industries, but also sponsors like certifying agencies or companies who are procuring the produce for sustainability, as a responsible procurement. Like we have Nestle, Nespro, and many certifying agencies globally on the portal. So I would request that the stakeholders in the plant health management should come forward and partner with Kabi Bioprotection Portal. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. You brought a very new area, that how a total new ecosystem develops around a innovation. So yes, everybody should get as a partner in this new ecosystem, and just you are doing a women service, that you are promoting our products at different countries. So definitely it will be more economical and it will be much more profit to the industry who is in this trade. So let us hope that more and more industry will join you, and they will get the benefit out of that. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Now Syngenta India Private Limited, are you, anyone? Yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be present here and share our views. First of all, I would like to introduce about myself. I am Dr. Avinash D. Patil, and I am working as a Field Development Coordinator India in the Syngenta Biologicals. So, I am looking after the field development, registration trials of India, and toxicology and contract research organizations trials. So, as a Syngenta Biologicals, we have acquired the Valagro Biosciences Limited, which is an Italian-based company. From there, we have got a good portfolio of biostimulant right now with us, which is mainly based on the Ascophyllum nodulosum extracted from the North Sea. And we have very good portfolio of 14 biostimulants with us. And along with that, we are also working on the different biological products right now in the field. And we have already generated a good amount of women's registration trials with efficacy trials with many universities in India, and it's in different stages of development. And we also generated the toxicology data with the different eminent institutes. And finally, with respect to concern, as one of my friends said from the UPL, one of the delegates from the UPL said that we are having registration related concerns. And along with that, with respect to field efficacy testing, we are also testing some of the coded biological products in the field. But the thing is that, it is having high level of inconsistency with respect to yield. And also it is highly environmentally sensitive, and they are not highly resilient. So I wish that in the future, when we move on with the discovery phase of discovering new microorganisms by isolating from the very adverse climatic condition, hopefully we may isolate very good resilient strains which can benefit the farmers. We can, if we have a good product in the future, it will really benefit the farmer, and we can fill the gap of a biological portfolio. So this is all about. Thank you. Yeah, concern is that whatever the biological strains we are testing, these are inconsistent. Yeah, and second thing is that what means recently the Gazette they have published the formulations what they have publicized means some calculation wrongs are there and all these things, some issues are there. And the method of analysis what they have quoted is highly generalized. There is no specific method of analysis they have quoted.
For biostimulants or the what?
Biostimulant.
Yeah, that is being taken care of. Yes. Now, there's again a very good point raised by you that say one microbe is discovered at one location, and then in one crop, it may not function as good as for that crop or in other crops also.
Yes.
So it is say preliminary screening how to be it should be done. That is very important. Say something discovered in a wheat field may not work well in a pulses field or oil seed fields.
Correct.
So that is there. So that's why this kind of inconsistent results are coming up. Yeah, because at a very high temperature, if you have selected some microbe or something,
correct,
and then you are trying it at temperate conditions, so they may not work in that way. So let us see how can we, the system is getting matured slowly, and incremental changes are to be made so that this the problems of bioefficacy trials and the conduct of trials, how it has to be conducted, what should be the size of the field, how it should be irrigated, all those things are to be refined and defined in that way. So let us see, slowly we will move ahead, but whatever data you people are generating, we are trying to get the registrations out of that only. So that's why we are giving provisional registrations and then getting more and more data and then giving final that one. So okay, thank you.
Thank you
Anything?
Add on the topic you just touched upon, the ecosystem. Recently, registration committee has granted ad hoc approval to the 3 biopesticides which have been developed from the tea ecosystem. So, and it is working well. So that's why registration committee also accepted it. So like you said, if the ecosystem is for that particular crop, then it may work wonders. Thank you, sir.
That is the thing. In future, whatever these discoveries are to be made, they should be from the same ecosystem where we want to apply it.
Okay.
Say if we want to have something for mango, then mango orchards, then it has to be discovered from mango. It cannot be discovered from wheat and then applied in the mango. So that
but
kind
example,
of system.
if we consider about like salt-tolerant bacterium,
Yes.
we can isolate from any salt-tolerant means salt-affected regions. And when it is applied to, because it is a major problem now, so we can isolate from any salt-affected area and we can inoculate in any salt-affected area. It may work.
It may work, it may not work.
May not work.
It happens. So that is the innovation. That is the discovery. Whether you can select that kind of thing, say any gene mining, it may not work in all the backgrounds. If some gene is mined and if you are trying to put it in all the backgrounds, it may work, it may not work. Say for example, this BT is not working in sugarcane background because it is highly polyploid crop, and there are several effects of multiple chromosomes present there, so it may not work in that way, single BT gene.
Okay.
So such kind of effects are there. So we have to see the results. Say all these omics are there for that. So so they are doing all those work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good point raised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please. वही माइक दे दीजिए सर.
Good afternoon to everybody. And just a small point, because we just whatever you said now, these biocontrol agents may be agroeco specific. So, but our rules which are made by the government for promoting, even I am also from government side only, and from that time myself and Dr. Sushil, we were having that kind of issues, that there is a regulation for which now 9.3, when it is 9.3b was applied, then finally it used to be given 9.3. Okay, so now what is done, 9.3b is not given, and 9.3, if I have a product with 9.3, say I have developed in Tamil Nadu region at a hot temperature or arid zone in Rajasthan, that can tolerate up to 40 to 50. But then rule says that if if somebody wants to buy from me, I can sell him my tool, the same tool in 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, whatever price I give. But the guy, when he takes it over to Kashmir, because we have not said that, sometimes the same thing, and it is in perfect, in fact it is, that Tamil Nadu strain of trichoderma is being tried in temperate region also, in Himachal Pradesh as well as in Kashmir. So they are not finding any efficacy, as you said. So why do we do that? In that case, when we are making everybody to give that, so then anybody will, because there is no awareness much here, so they will be taking and they will find that it is not working. The second thing, and the spurious thing which can come, is that somebody is using in the name of that he has taken my strain, but he is using in his own strain in temperate regions. But at the cost of my strain, by naming my strain that he has taken, there is not much interception or not much facilities which are available to track that whether it is my strain or his own strain. So those kind of, it can have.
Sir, thank you, sir, raising very good point, but the problem is, आप बैठिए sir, it is, there are two things involved in this. Someone is taking 9.4 for 3, and then, so he is not using your name, he is using your material, or he is using, आपका नाम नहीं आ रहा है सर, वो स्ट्रेन आपका नहीं है सर, वो एक रजिस्टर्ड स्ट्रेन है, देश का स्ट्रेन है, वो देश, फिर वही चीज़ है सर, एक बार कोई चीज़ 93 में रजिस्टर हो गई तो वो देश के लिए रजिस्टर हो गई, इट इज़ नॉट हिज और हिज, वंस इट इज़ रजिस्टर्ड, सर प्लीज, no, sir, any agrochemical, once it is brought in 9.3, it is open for all, anybody can take 9.4, same thing for, yes, sir. Until and unless.
No, actually, what is his submission? Let us try to understand little bit. What
Sir,
he is trying to say. What
आप एक मिनट, आप भी अगर उसी स्ट्रेन को ले करके आप तमिलनाडु का जो ट्राइकोडर्मा है उसको आप खुद भी आपके नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड है, आप भी उसको ले करके कश्मीर में बेचने की कोशिश करेंगे तो भी वर्क नहीं करेगा, तो वो चाहे दूसरा आदमी लेके जाए चाहे आप लेके जाएं, वो लोकेशन स्पेसिफिक ही इफेक्ट होगा.
Actually, what is his point, Dr. Chairman sir?
चने का राइजोबियम जो है वो तूर में नहीं काम करेगा, इसमें कोई बात ही नहीं है सर. It is
better than you, Doctor.
Sir, just one submission.
Okay.
Chairman sir, just one submission. Actually, what is the point he tries to raise here? That the bioagents, it's a biological agent which is strain taken from maybe from TNAU, maybe from NBAIR or somewhere here.
Right.
Down south. Now it is registered and there is your regulation CIBRC doesn't say that it is only localized for localized use. The way the varieties are released in India, we have a different zone wise we are releasing variety. When varieties are not performing pan-India, how can a biopesticide, a strain of a biological material will perform pan-India? That is the question.
Dr. Sushil, another question to this is that somebody who is unaware of the things, he will take TNA or knows the things very, but he is cleverly working.
I think, the last regulation which we brought into the, I got your point, sir.
Sir, ऐसा है ना कि
I'm just telling you, sir.
ये जो है ना,
so देखिए उसको अगर किसी ने spurious बनाना है, उसको बोलेगा कि मैं TNA का strain use कर रहा हूँ, but effective strain वो अपना native strain use कर रहा है. कश्मीर में
वो कर रहा होगा सर, हम कह रहे हैं कि कर रहा है ना, नहीं तो उसका अगले साल नहीं बिकेगा.
कैसे नहीं बिकेगा? हाउ कैन यू कैच कि वो नहीं कर रहा है ना?
he may have his own strain. हम ये कोई नहीं कर रहा है कि वो आपका strain यूज कर रहा है कि किसका.
नहीं वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, पर पर्पस इज नॉट, इट्स डिफीटेड, नो,
इसमें
पर्पस इज डिफीटेड.
इसका कोई चेक नहीं है ना इसमें.
उसको व्हेन वी डू नॉट हैव एनी रूल और एनी गाइडलाइंस टू मेजर दैट और टू इंटरसेप्ट दैट, so we make all these guidelines now, and then उसमें ना diversity भी नहीं use होगा, biodiversity भी नहीं use.
Actually, for that only, to test the quality parameters. The Bahubhanjan report, DNA fingerprinting was brought into the picture, and since then we have been, registration committee has been granting registration based on that DNA fingerprinting only. And for the information of this August gathering, even BIS is working in this direction, and we are trying to bring specification, testing protocol for microbes, biopesticides also. Once it is there, I think the quality parameter problems, the standard, substandard problem will come to quite under control, which you may be facing right now. Thank you.
Dr. We are trying, through RC, we are trying that the label, they have to give the strain, which is strain from the number, everything. We are trying to bring all those things on the way. So if it is there, so let us see if we can check something. But it is very difficult that you check all the producers who are taking and then take the samples. So we don't want to promote the inspector system in this.
It's more
Otherwise,
like
if we make a little more stringent, then every industry will be in trouble, because then the inspectors will go and just say, I don't want to check.
ने जो रिकमेंड किया है कि क्यों ना हम रीजन स्पेसिफिक बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स को करें, जैसे कि वैरायटीज में होता है सर, ऐसा कुछ
अभी फिलहाल ऐसा कोई सिस्टम नहीं है, एंड इट इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू इवन चेक कि कौन सा रीजन स्पेसिफिक होगा. अगर ऐसा हम लोग करने लगेंगे तो आज जो अभी इफ़ दे आर गोइंग इन फॉर ए ट्रायल in 3 agro-ecological zones, and so no, there may be some of the bio agents which can work throughout the country. There may be some which may not work. So then they have to collect data for all the pan India. So that will not ease. It is again against the system of making ease of doing business. It will be a stringent system. You have to check this on all the crops, all the areas. 15 agroecological zones has 60 crops, 70 crops. So how much data requirement will be there? So that is one. So next is HIL India. Anyone?
HIL
okay.
is there. HIL.
Tea stains.
Tea stains.
Tea stains and come. Please come. Sir, many things are easy to think that this can be done, but it is very difficult to. If a farmer is taking a variety released in for say, I will give example again for sugarcane, because both of we have worked in sugarcane. So if CO0238 is very good for northwest zone, and if somebody is taking it to Karnataka, definitely it will not work. But you cannot stop a farmer that you don't take it here. There is no responsibility of the government that, so that is the thing.
Good evening, Honorable. This is Pramod V. I am from Tea Stains. Tea Stains and Company Limited is working from the last 164 years under the umbrella brand of Amalgamation Group. And coming to Tea Stains.
So it means you are the traditional company.
Yes, sir. We are
traditional system.
Traditional system also, and old products with a good result.
Very good, very good. Yes. Please continue.
And coming to our products, we are currently exporting to 32 countries, and also we have a product range of 72 products, and we have very wide portfolio. We have product range in the biofungicides, biopesticides, biofertilizers, and biostimulants. And coming to the concerns, like it should be, the biological market also should be very regulated, because it's going to be the game changer in the coming days, as it is already growing at the CAGR of 10.6% currently. So it should be regulated than the current scenario, so that there are some regulations are there, but actually there are not that much implemented in the market, because when we visit the market, there are so many unregistered products are still in the market, so that a genuine company, rather than investing in the innovation and R&D, they are investing on the marketing budget more to compete with those unregistered products. So my concern is, like, there should be a strict regulation for this biological market. And also Second is a, like, it's my suggestion. We should be working a PPP model so that we can we can give the best result to the farmers. Like private companies along in the collaboration with the public, so ultimately we can give the best solution to the farmers. These are my suggestions and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Being a traditional company and a very good product portfolio, if you are able to sell to 32 countries, it means quality and efficacy is quite adaptable and very good. So that's the answer to the question just raised last. If we release it for the particular location, it means you cannot sell it to other countries.
Yeah.
So if it is, so because every country is seeing that whether it is registered in India or not.
Yes, sir.
Only then they are purchasing it from.
Yes, sir. We are selling after we have taken the trial of the very different agroclimatic regions. Yeah. If we get the result in that region, then only we can sell there, because they will also see the result before purchasing.
Yes. That is the thing. So that is how the things are to be marketed. That is very important.
Yes.
Yeah, because I can give an example again from sugarcane.
Yes.
Agrochemical named as so Chloranthrilla pro, that is Coragen. It was for borers in sugarcane.
Yes.
But farmers are then applying it on say brinjal or any other crop where borer is there.
Yes.
So with a persistence of 90 days in sugarcane, definitely it must have a very good persistence in brinjal also.
Yes.
But how can you stop a farmer?
No.
He brought a bottle of Coragen for sugarcane and just saved this much amount for his 1 acre field of brinjal. So it is very difficult. You cannot go to just check and every farmer that why you added that. And so these are the problems. These are the problems. Sir, saying crop grouping is answer. We have approved crop grouping also, but the main crop, if the main crop in that is sugar cane, it may not include brinjal in that. The group may not include because the quantity taken from sugar cane and quantity taken from. So these are the issues.
Yes.
So similarly, with the your bio agents also. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Bangalore International Airport. So they are here. Anyone here?
It is something great, I think. The Bangalore
International
Airport Authority is
Yeah,
supporting
is
us.
Okay.
And they are going in a big way now. They are planning for the biological control of all. When you came to Bangalore Airport, at least 2-3 kilometers, now they have a very good landscape and the plant and ornamental plant. Now with us, they are going to have a tie-up with NBAIR and using all our biological control agents. They are going to control the pest in the Bangalore Airport. So
And
thank you for
also
coming.
the bamboo structure, what you have. All the bamboo structure, if you can control by bioagents so, and avoid the termites, that will be very great. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. So this is Shreya and my colleague Manjunath. We both are representing Bangalore International Airport Limited. So it's an honor to present today on the sustainable landscape management practices that we have implemented in BIAL. To facilitate this implementation, we have a collaboration with National Bureau of Agriculture Insect Resources, which is NBAIR, and with this collaboration plays a key role in the implementation of biological control predators. Through this partnership, BIAL intends to release natural predators, and they had a recent site walk also with us, and we have seen predators like Cryptolemus, which is also known as mealybug destroyer, and mealybug being a very notorious pest in entire of our landscape. We have got this prevention through this natural predator, and also Chilocorus, which is our regular ladybug. Additionally, as part of this collaboration, BIAL will serve as a hub for this breeding these biological control agents. This local breeding program will ensure a steady supply of natural predators which can be consistently released across our landscape area. This initiative will also provide us to make a module for the future sustainable practices as well, and to monitor and adapt these practices in a long run. So biological control and organic pest management are actually a part of our integrated pest management, which has been mentioned so many times as IPM. So with this, we have certain techniques, like we have over 500 manpower working in our landscape. So the early detection and monitoring becomes easy for us, because when we eradicate them in a smaller area, we can control them. So the widespread cannot happen. And biological control method, as I've mentioned earlier, like Cryptolemus and Chilocorus. And we also inculcate cultural practices like proper plant spacing and soil health management, and selecting pest-resistant species. The selection of plant species is very important, as I must say, like many of you have already visited Terminal 2, which is also known as Terminal in a Garden. So that's a benchmark of biophilic and biological green infrastructure that we have made in our airport. And we also use organic pesticides when and all it's necessary. We use organic, eco-friendly pesticides derived from natural resources, and also automated irrigation system for the optimum usage of water. So Manjuna, this is your cue. Just explain them about that automated irrigation system.
Thank you, Shreya. So I'm taking care of irrigation now in Bangalore International Airport. So in irrigation, we have incorporated high-tech technology over here. Two kind of technology we are using currently right now. Weather-based irrigation is totally depends upon the weather. If weather condition is too high, if rate is too high, then automatically our irrigation system having the intelligence to change the schedule, valve schedules and all. So secondary technology we have IoT-based irrigation, which we are using in the Terminal 2. This kind of technology, it uses sensor input for the hybrid controllers. On that basis, it will decide when to irrigate and how to irrigate and how much water it needed. That much only it will irrigate. By this one, we are conserving so much of water and reduction in human intervention. By this, carbon footprint also very low, and sustainable landscaping, creating the green spaces in the terminal and high traffic areas too difficult for us. Using this technology, it is very, very easy for us. And also we implemented automatic injection system. Through this system, we can control biological control agents, feeding, and locally apply application also. So BIAL Airport is here for new technology, new product, which can help us to improve our biological control methods. Thanks for giving this dais for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your new initiatives that you have taken. Really innovative steps you have taken, and our advice to you that you should transfer your techniques and tools to other airport authorities also, so that your techniques becomes pan-India.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Also try to have a small bio agent production center at of your.
We have already implemented that.
So they can have some help in capacity building.
Sure, sir.
So that will be excellent example of PPP mode of working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now PI Industries Limited. Anyone? Yeah.
Good evening, Namaskaram. This is H.M. Venkatesh. I have been with PI for last 10 years and 25 years of industry experience. And PI is again a traditional 76 years old company which has been involved in manufacturing, marketing, and innovation of new technologies. I mean, discovery of new molecules. I think PA is the first organization which has got one new innovation, which has got a new ISO common name, Pioxanilprol, which is the first molecule invented in India for the global markets. I think that's a great moment for PA Industries. Coming back to biological control, again PA has something to do always with some fuss. So we have registered and we are marketing one in biochemical pesticide, which is polyoxin D, which has no residue requirements, and also it is being accepted by a lot of export houses for the management of powdery mildews. Coming back to certain issues or potential requests from the industry side. I think, as a category of registration, biochemicals for the biopesticides is still missing. As I look forward, there is a lot of innovation around proteins, peptides, and enzymes, which are going to be part of the integrated disease management, integrated, pest management, even for the weed control. So they are emerging in a big way. And there are agents which are being used but registered under biostimulant because there is no category. For example, SAR, like systemic acquired resistance or ISR, are priming agents which are not cidal. They are not killing any pathogen or insect, but they are getting the protection. They are giving the protection. But the industry cannot claim anything because it is registered under biostimulant. They generally sell it as a biostimulant and in a broad terminologies like, plant health improvement, all those things. So there are difficulties. There are some real unmet needs like virus management. We say control thrips or whiteflies, but there are like, peptides, proteins, and polysaccharides. These can be used to manage, by using them as a priming agent or SAR induction agents, which can provide 70 to 80% control of viruses. I think, CIBRC can include or start looking at some of the regulatory systems in Brazil or US, where biochemical, biopesticide category is very well defined, and all the biocontrol agents are, the biochemicals which can be used to suppress pests and diseases are registered under biopesticides. They clearly choose this, and they have, except California state, rest all of the states, they don't ask for minimum 70% control of pest or disease. Bioefficacy, coming back to the bioefficacy testing, we have to provide the results of 70% minimum control. That still holds good, for this. First of all, inclusion of these biochemical biopesticides as a category and providing them an opportunity to register under, CIBRC. That's the first good initiative. Second is like, how can we consider some concessions in terms of speed of registration? Also, how can they be part of the integrated pest or disease management or integrated crop management? Because they also have larger crop benefit. They also have larger abiotic stress management, overall yield improvement. There are multiple parameters where these biochemicals give enormous benefit to the overall scheme of things in agriculture. I guess with those suggestions, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, good suggestions. The only issue is first something comes, only then regulation applies. So if there is some innovative things are coming up, innovative chemistries are coming up, and if you can generate preliminary data, we can include those things in the schedule of the agrochemicals. Once it is included in schedule, just you have to generate data out of that. So unless you can not generate even minimum data for that, so it is difficult for us also to regulate. So that system was given that you can go for initially for biostimulant, and if you can generate specifically for its biopesticidal effect or pesticidal effect or something, we can then shift those chemicals in, we can include, many things are there. Boric acid is both dual use kind of system. So that can also be done here also. What is the harm? We can go it in FCO also, we can go it in, as per your claim, we will give you the registration. But for that, some data should be there. We don't have any data on such things. That is our problem.
That's where, so in the absence of category, people are using the easier route.
In fact, what the topic you have touched upon, many countries are struggling. It is a challenge for, it is a global challenge. And like Johannes also said, that trichoderma can be a biostimulant, good for plant health. It is a well-established biopesticide also. So, but peptides and enzymes, the way you said, so it's a thin hairline difference whether they are biostimulants or maybe used as a pesticide. But once there is a data, good efficacy, then you may come.
Yeah. Certainly, Madam, PA Industries will be very honored to work on this, and we have acquired one of the global company called Plant Healthcare very recently. These are really, super specialists in innovating new peptides. These peptides are not cidal, again I am telling. They are like, SCR molecules, systemic acquired resistance. They are involved in upregulation of certain, pathways. It indirectly provides the great protection.
I will give you one example.
Yeah.
Only in the last RC,
yes,
we have to have a presentation from a particular person. He is a homeopathic doctor, and he came to present that this dilution is so much that you cannot identify the AI, but still it has some effect, pesticidal effect. यही था ना? So that there is no AI, but it has insecticidal effect. So we asked them, then why, how can you sell it in the market? If you don't have any AI, there cannot be any standard. So he said that, no, sir, it is, we are just dissolving it in alcohol and then spraying. So then we said that you have to then generate data with alcohol, without alcohol, and all those things you have to generate. Some data should be there. How anything with zero AI can be pesticidal? But such cases are coming, no problem. Let us see if he can generate. Yes, they can, if they can generate data, something that we are ready to accept. Anything greener, we are ready to accept.
Super, sir. Thank you.
We assure you that is okay. Huh?
Thank you,
okay,
sir.
thank you. But such examples are also coming. Someone came that I make something from some of the plant material and I keep it in the field. No rat will come in the field. We said that what is that effect? Some smell is coming. Say, no, nothing, sir, no smell, nothing. It is non-toxic, but rat is not coming. How to prove it then? Can we prove it?
Need to prove it. Yeah.
So we said that you generate data and then bring it to us. Let us see. Okay, thank you. So Corteva, huh? Same thing, sir. Same thing with case of boric acid. If it is, if there is boron deficiency, and then after spraying boric acid, even without any pesticidal effect, the plant will give you a very good bioefficacy result because boron was in deficient condition. See, the thing is that we have to identify that what purpose we are using. Otherwise, every farmer will just go and spray 25 kg of boric acid in his field. Those things can be said. Those can be sold in the market without any problem. Okay, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good evening all. I am Edwin Rockbell, representing Corteva Agri-Science. I am based at Hyderabad, leading the R&D function. So, who is Corteva? Corteva is merged after by DuPont, Dow, and Pioneer. They merged together and spin off into a pure play agriculture company, that is the Corteva Agri-Science. So, I prepared few slides, but I will go through the contents. Why do we interested in biologicals? Globally, if you see in 2035, the entire crop protection segment will be 25% will be represented by the biologicals, and it's growing in a 10% CAGR. Currently, in 2022, $9 billion, and it will reach somewhere around $30 billion. what are the key factors which will influence the biologicals? One is the sustainable production, like we discussed a few things, like locally identified one, whether we can scale up or not. And second one is the regulatory guidelines and legislations and the enhanced efficacy. Efficacy should be there. We discussed about the 70% efficacy or minimum efficacy. And also it should be available for a scale up on a large scale and available to all. We also discussed during the plenary session about the equity availability. It should be available for all the countries where we operate. We are a multinational company, so we look from that perspective. What are our commitments to the farmer? We committed to bring the biologicals which are proven in the field with efficiency and also tested in multi-locations for its consistency and performance, and finally follow the regulations and guidelines. This is our commitments. How are we going to do? Discovery innovation, that is very, very important. We follow the similar process which we follow for the crop protection. From the beginning, sustainability being inbuilt for the crop protection. Similarly, we look for sustainability for the biologicals also. So here we acquired recently Simbark, Stoller, Bioteliga and Levibio. So that we got accession to some of the biostimulants and biofertilizers and mycorrhiza and also biopesticides. So we have pipelines in early stage, very early stage. We have a insecticide, a novel mode of action, and then we have a bioherbicides, and also we have a biofungicide that's having activity especially for APAC region and the rice diseases. So these are all the lines, verticals we will have within the biologicals. And how do we do that portfolio differentiation? We will be focusing how we can differentiate in the market with the new formulations, consistent for different method of application, different agroclimatic regions, and also, as I mentioned, should be available for all the customers, and operational excellence. So one of the key things here we discussed about trichoderma from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, Kashmir. So we similar challenges will be there for us also for the microbial based any formulation on the stability. So I would like to bring here one of the challenge or operational challenges and the regulatory challenges. And the regulatory challenges, we have, Dr. P.K. Singh knows that one, I mentioned this in the last conference on Friday. So we have a microbial based foliar formulation of based on Methylobacterium symbioticum. So that helps in biostim as a stress mitigator, and also it helps to absorb the atmospheric nitrogen and fix in by the foliar application itself. The challenge here is we are multinational company, so we are trying to bring the strain from outside. So we need some guidelines so that we will able to generate some data so that we can take it forward for our customer also. That is from regulatory challenge. On the operation challenge, the same formulation, when we transport in Indian situation, we have to follow some storage conditions like -4 degree. And also in the dealer shop also, how to store that one. These are the things we have to take care, we will be taking care. But for the regulatory side, as everyone we discussed and all, and as a multinational company, we face a challenge to bring the strains from outside. So if we have some data, then we will be able to do that one. These are all the overview we thought of giving during this session. Thank you for the opportunity.
So thank you. Yes, I have seen your work for fall armyworm and the innovative method of applying something to the field. That is really such kind of innovative formulations so that we can control the fall armyworm with limited use of agrochemicals.
Yeah.
So that such techniques are there needed in the future also. So thank you very much. We will see what are your concerns.
Yeah, thank you.
And Madam is here, so biosafety concerns are being looked
Thank
upon
you.
by her. So we will see what can we do.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
You
Sure.
can just apply for that, and then she can.
Yeah.
take. So now Jain irrigation systems. Anyone is here? Oh yeah, sure.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Balkrishna. I am from Jain Irrigation. So Jain Irrigation is a little more than irrigation, so it may be many times confusing. So we are in a lot of planting material business and processing business, especially fruit and vegetable. So we have been thinking to increase quality of our planting material, and where we are finding a lot of challenges in coming in that which can be addressed through the planting material improvement, like adding some microbes or something biogen. But the challenge coming when we go to the market, we see a generalized product. When we go to the research institution, we get a specialized product. And many times for the same disease or same problem, 3 institutions are selling, giving us 3 different products. So how to apply that one, and whether we have to buy all 3 together, or we have to, like we were discussing previously, region specific, or how to do that one. So this is one challenge we are facing, so how to do that one. And right now, another problem is in nurseries, there are a lot of challenges we are facing. So we have been in contact with NBAIR and other institutions. So how in nursery we can improve the planting material, so there should be disease-free, because we are committed to the quality planting material, and simultaneously it should add value to the farmer later on. And on the processing side, we buy a lot of fruits and vegetables. And like chili is one of the major example which everybody is facing problem of thrips. And there is no control. And there is only, everybody is asking for pesticide-free chili, and which is not getting possible. So for this, we are looking for solution and looking for technologies, and because we want to apply it to contract growers. And another pest which we have been recently facing is coconut, like complex of or white fly, because we are also in quality planting material production in coconut, and our farms are getting impacted a lot of that. So we are looking for those technologies, and same different institution, different technology. We need to harmonize everything together so we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, Dr. Sushil, this is a very good suggestion that for plantations at least, we can go for, because they are to stay there in the field for 20 years, 25 years.
We are already in collaboration, we are working. They have given us a project. We are working on it, and I think I am really happy that Jain Irrigation sort of organization also coming to NBAIR for collaboration in biological control. So it's something great.
Okay, thank you. Now
Thank you, Dr.
ATGC Biotech Private Limited. Anyone is there?
ATGC, Dr. Markande, I think tomorrow.
Okay, so we stop here for today, and we will continue.
One release was there
in the morning.
Okay, Microplex is the one organization. They had one collaborative project with the NBAIR. One product is developed. They wanted to be released here. Just quickly, we can release.
Yes. Okay. Good evening, all the delegates, and good evening, everyone here. Namaste. So myself, Aviraj Rathi. I am a chemical engineer and an MBA, and I joined my father's business. I am a second generation entrepreneur. I joined my father's business 10 years back, 2015, and we are into manufacturing of all the agro inputs since 1981. It's a 45-year organization, and we manufacture microbial pesticides, microbial fungicides, microbial fertilizers since 25 years. So we have all the CIB certifications, we have all the FCO certifications, and जैसे अग्रवाल सर ने कहा कि इंटीग्रेटेड मैनेजमेंट होना ज़रूरी है. इट्स नॉट कि भाई एक आप सिर्फ केमिकल से सोल्यूशन निकाल सकते हैं या बायोलॉजिकल से निकाल सकते हैं. नॉट जस्ट पेस्ट, हर जगह पर इंटीग्रेटेड न्यूट्रिशन मैनेजमेंट ज़रूरी है, इंटीग्रेटेड पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट ज़रूरी है, इंटीग्रेटेड वाटर मैनेजमेंट ज़रूरी है. सिमिलरली अभी हम लोग इंडिया में 9 ICARs के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं, एंड हम लोग अलग अलग जगहों पर अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके हम उसमें काम कर रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, सबसे पहले सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड अगर आता है कि सॉइल की हेल्थ कैसी है, तो हम लोग सॉइल टेस्टिंग मिनी लैब हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहे हैं. फिर उसके बाद आता है कि न्यूट्रिशन मैनेजमेंट में अगेन हम लोग स्पैड मीटर बना रहे हैं. एक स्पैड मीटर इंडिया में जो आता है कोनिका मिनोल्टा कंपनी का, वो 3.5 लाख रुपए का आता है, इम्पोर्ट होता है. हम लोगों ने वो डिवाइस की कॉस्ट 10,000 तक कट डाउन कर लिया. CIA के साथ मिलकर हम लोगों ने ये बनाया. आफ्टर दैट हम लोगों ने भी कॉम्बो ट्रैप टेक्नोलॉजी पे वी हैव वर्क फॉर पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, फॉर मास ट्रैपिंग. एंड सर सिमिलरली नाउ व्हाट वी अंडरस्टूड इज कि माइक्रोबियल के अंदर में, बायो कंट्रोल एजेंट्स के अंदर में, द मेजर प्रॉब्लम्स, 2 मेजर प्रॉब्लम्स वर देयर. वन इज़ कि जो एफिकेसी है, जो स्पोर्स की एफिकेसी होती है, जो शेल्फ लाइफ होती है, वो फील्ड पर जाने के बाद थोड़े टाइम बाद ख़त्म हो जाती है. तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें उनको एनकैप्सुलेट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, उनकी शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. वो जब तक फील्ड कंडीशन में रहना है तब डॉर्मेंसी में रहना ज़रूरी है. सो इसीलिए हम लोगों ने एक जॉइंट रिसर्च कोलैबोरेशन किया विद NBAIR, और हम लोगों ने एक एनकैप्सुलेशन टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है फॉर माइक्रोब्स. एंड सेकेंडली हम लोग कॉम्बो ट्रैप पे जब काम कर रहे थे, वी रियलाइज कि सीमियो केमिकल्स की एफिशिएंसी फील्ड में जाने के बाद 1 महीना 40 दिन होती है. सो वी रियलाइज कि इसको बढ़ाने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं. एंड NBAIR के पास में इतना एक्सपर्टीज़ है, तो हम लोगों ने साथ में मिलकर एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करी. अगेन इट इज़ स्लो रिलीज नैनो जेल फॉर सीमियो केमिकल्स. अगेन इससे एफिकेसी 4 महीने से 6 महीने तक बढ़ जाएगी. तो इस टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर आई वुड इन्वाइट दीपा भगत मैम, डॉक्टर दीपा भगत मैम, फॉर जस्ट releasing the product and mentioning 2 lines about the product.
So, greetings to all. This is ICAR-NBAIR proudly announces a breakthrough in sustainable pest management with its slow-release nanogel semiochemical range. This was developed in the division of Germplasm and Conservation Unit, headed by Subharan sir, Keshwan Subharan sir. I request Subharan sir to join here because everybody is getting. Please come and join here. So this product has been developed with Microplex India, Maharashtra, and as sir has said, that the shelf life has got increased. And further, another product, nanogel encapsulation technology for microbial cultures, also got released. So with this, I would like to say thanks.
So, very good, excellent work by chemical engineer here. And I can now, हम लोग जब शुरू में नौकरी में आए तो कुछ लोग कहा करते थे कि अगर आप लोग ऊपर देखोगे ना तो जो कुछ अच्छी अच्छी बिल्डिंग दिखती है वो इंजीनियर्स का है, बढ़िया सुंदर खूब शहर दिखते हैं, और जो नीचे हरा भरा दिखता है वो एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट का है. लेकिन अब नाउ दिस इज अ वेरी गुड कॉम्बिनेशन कि इंजीनियर्स आर कमिंग अप विद एग्रीकल्चर.
One more presentation,
एक
sir,
और
if you allow.
एक और अभी एग्जाम्पल आपको बताते हैं. एक जो अभी मखाना बोर्ड का गठन हुआ है, वो उसके पीछे 3 साल से एक ही लड़का है जो कि IIT खड़गपुर से IT इंजीनियर है, रोबोटिक्स में US में था. एंड देन ही केम बैक ड्यूरिंग कोरोना टाइम एंड अपने गांव पे जाके ही जस्ट सॉ दरभंगा में कि किस तरह से मखाना में दिक्कत है. देन ही वर्कड अपॉन दिस एंड ही मेड ए वेरी गुड FPO. ही रजिस्टर्ड इट इन द नेम ऑफ मखान, अपना जो ट्रेड नेम है मखान के नाम से रजिस्टर किए हैं. और कल जो है PM जो है उसका मखाना वहाँ से आप लोग देखे होंगे कि कल वो वहाँ जो भागलपुर से जो हुआ है, और उसके पहले माननीय मंत्री जी भी हमारे उसके खेत तक गए और सारे किसानों से बातचीत किए. तो दैट इज़ द थिंग कि मतलब एक दूसरे फील्ड का लोग भी एग्रीकल्चर के लिए कितना कुछ कर सकते हैं. दैट इज़ अ वेरी good system which is coming up. So thank you this company. Okay, okay madam. So last presentation for today.
Yeah, good evening everyone. I am Dr. Vimla Prakash, representing IPL Biologicals. I head the Technology and Innovation Center. Our IPL Biologicals company is a 30-year-old company. We almost have a 3 decade of experience. The vision of the company is to provide a chemical-free solution. So we have been working tirelessly to come out with solutions where we can replace chemicals. And in this process of journey of 3 decades, we have commercialized more than 60 products and we have got 18 registrations. And very proudly to inform that we have got 20 granted patents, and as a recognition of the patents on sustainability, we have been invited by Patent Office to witness the Republic Day Parade, 75th and 76th Parade. We have been invited and we have represented because belonging to a sustainable solution and the government is recognizing that, that was a big motivation for us. I represent a Technology Innovation Center. We have a team of 50 people comprising of microbiologist, entomologist, pathologist, because it's a multi-approach of product development. Here I heard that the products are not working or something. The main thing, the reason behind is that you should have a robust product development process. If you want to have a successful biologicals, first you invest more time on it, on the product development. A robust product development process is required. Second is the validation. Don't rush to the market. Validate your product at field level, pod trials, field level, multi-location trials. Take your time. Then you come out with the product. Definitely the product will be a successful. That is the approach we follow. As we are also exporting to so many countries, the approach is the same. We do the trials. First we see what is the problem, whether we have a solution. If we are confident of the solution, we say yes, you take our product and you do the trials. We do the trials. We do repeat trials for 3 seasons, 3 years. Then we go for the registration. We work on the registration, either it is a source registration or we do it in partnership with that country. So that is one thing. Second thing, the success of biologicals is not only the product development. The application technology is the most important one. You have to have a strong hand-holding to take this technology to the field. 3 things always the biologicals. One is that any successful microbe will work. It has to survive in the soil. It has to multiply in the soil. It has to do a desired function. If these 3 things are met, the biologicals will be completely a successful one. And for that, you should have a robust product development thing. As I told about my R&D center, and I would like to also mention that we are coming out with a state-of-art manufacturing unit in Gujarat with a total investment of 450 CR. The first investment of 140 CR is complete, and we will be opening the plant in the August. So I would request all the eminent people to visit us, to have a look at it and give your blessings to take these biologicals to the worldwide. And regarding the concerns, I don't have, because our concerns we have already represented to CIB very often. The concerns I am not discussing here. Only thing what I feel is that we have got 60 agriculture universities. You come out with the best of the best strains. You give us the trichoderma, you give us the pseudomonas. What I'm requesting is that, see, for IPL biological, we have the expertise, we have the legacy of 30 years, we are able to find our own robust strains. But for other newcomers, if you want to take this biological to the grassroots level, just ending out with a good strain, I have a pseudomonas or no, please get into the product development expertise also. Give us the complete total product development technology so that the person who is taking, he has got the complete knowledge not only about the strain, he knows how to grow it in the fermenters, the media he has to use it, the stability, the shelf life, so that the new companies who are coming, that is ready in their hand. Otherwise, the product will not work because the expertise lies in the product development. Strain is important, but product development expertise is there. Big companies, yes, we have got it. But if the government want to do a Atmanirbhar or make in India, or you want to take this biopesticide to the grassroots level, give the complete technology to the entrepreneur. That is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Yes, sir. So actually what happened, the format was changed, so it was a little bit surprising for me. But I just want to put my concern, I think few colleagues have covered, that the microbial, the live microbe regulations are in place, but metabolite based regulations are not in place. So what happened, companies are investing a lot for metabolite based product and ultimately ends up with the biostimulant sort of product. Now the point is that my request is that where to approach and to whom to approach, means with some sort of data as you indicated. If we have some sort of data, my point is that where to approach and to whom to be approached.
See, if you can take out this metabolite and then get it included in the schedule of biopesticides, yeah, or of the pesticides only, because that schedule is for pesticides only. So if your metabolite, you can prove that it is a pesticide, somehow it has a pesticidal effect, then you can come in this one, CIBRC, no problem.
Okay.
So till that data is not generated, you can go for biostimulant. So that is an open-ended system, so that the farmers are not deprived of any new technology coming in. Till it is biostimulant, okay, if you can get a data that this metabolite is very good pesticide for this thing, so we can include it in the schedule, and then it will come in under this pesticide.
So, sir, yeah, so metabolites generally produced at very low concentrations. So cell as a wholesale extract basically acts as a biopesticides. What we have seen are different concentrations of wholesale extract. If it is tested, that gives very good activity, and even after isolation of metabolites also, that is correlated with the efficacy. But yes, of course, if we suppose we want to register a content to drain somewhere 300 to 500 or even 1000 ppm, not more than that, means 1 liter product will have 1 gram of the active substance.
So it should be 0 CFU, and then there should not be any CFU. If it is a metabolite, it means there should not be, and its source should be from the natural source or whatever bio sources.
Yeah.
If it is a metabolite, it should not be a chemical source.
No, sir. So it's all biological.
And then there is absolutely no. You have to search the target pest on which it is going to work.
Okay.
And the mode of action.
So
all those
whom to approach, sir?
Just to generate data, either you go to CIBRC or you come to CBC or CFC. Everywhere I am there. No, don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you bring it to me. I will just check.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Second question is, sir, regarding some hybrid concept is also adopted in countries where insecticide is means in the product some level of insecticide along with the microbial extract that is also being registered. So is there any provision in future, or we are looking?
बाद में अभी उसको बाद में सोचा जा सकता है. अभी फ़िलहाल हम कई बार ये एग्जाम्पल कई मीटिंग में दे चुके हैं कि किसी ज़माने में पान पराग और गुटखा जो है एक साथ मिक्स करके भी आता था, बट गवर्नमेंट बैंड दैट कि आप इसको अलग रखो, इसको अलग रखो, जिसको जो मिक्स करना होगा, जितना मिक्स करना होगा कर लेगा.
Okay.
So that is the basic philosophy beyond that. Why, how can you think that this and this will always be needed together in the field? And how you are going to generate data on that? See, what that activity is there. If it is a stimulating activity, so you get it registered as biostimulant, and then you give a bottle of biostimulant along with the bottle of agrochemical, whatever is there. Can we do that? That is much easier. So farmer can mix it in its tank kind of system.
So tank mix options are already available, sir. So in can basically that gives advantage.
What advantage? How you are going to generate data for that advantage? You generate it and then bring it. It will be a formulation, a new formulation that you can see what is there. That anything can be registered, anything can be regulated, but it should have some good effect on the crop and on the target pest or target feature, whatever is there. We are not at all against anything. Whatever new innovations are coming, we are trying to regulate it in some way or other. We want that the new chemistry, new things, new innovations can go to the farmers so that they can reap the benefit out of it. So there is no hindrance of any kind of on our side. Regulatory side, there is no hindrance. It may take some time to decide upon the standards, to decide upon the bioefficacy trial system, who is going to conduct that system. All those things are to be seen, because you may have a good system that this can be mixed, but no ICR institute or no SIU is able to generate data on that. Then what you will do? Okay. That kind of precision experiments, that this plus this, so three factors. Now this into this plus this or this into this, that can have some synergistic effect, that can have some antagonistic effect. Different kinds of effects can come in there. So how to generate data for all those things? That is the issue.
Okay. And the last question is that suppose if something is registered, like any microbe is registered under live microbe category, and if we are coming up with some product which is showing biostimulant activity, so that benefit will we not get? Basically what happened? The answer is that it is already registered in live microbe category. It cannot be registered under biostimulant category. So that issues we are facing.
So many hypothetical things are coming up ना, ये भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. वही हिमालय का पानी जो है वेदिका के नाम से 80 रुपए का भी बिक सकता है, वही जो है बिस्लेरी 20 का भी बिक सकता है. हाउ टू डिफ्रेंशिएट, हाउ टू डिफ्रेंशिएट? अगर हम इसको सबको रेगुलेट करने लगें कि नहीं बताओ इसमें क्या है तुम्हारा, कितना नाइट्रोजन है, कितना इसमें कौन सा न्यूट्रिएंट है, बताओ क्यों 80 में बेचोगे? दैट इज द इशू. हाउ कैन वी रेगुलेट ऑल द थिंग्स, है ना? आप उसको देखो कि उसका माइक्रोबियल इफेक्ट जो है इट इज़ फॉर दिस पेस्ट, बहुत अच्छा है, वी कैन डू इट. बट जनरल स्टेटमेंट की ये चीज़ जो है ये बहुत अच्छी है. दैट इज द इशू, और कोई बात नहीं. आप एक बार माइक्रोबियल में उसको कर रहे हैं, पेस्टिसाइडल कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ दो और इफेक्ट हो रहा है. कोराजिन जो है जब आई थी एग्रोकेमिकल में, उसका स्टिमुलेटिंग इफेक्ट भी था, हार्मोनल इफेक्ट भी होता था. पौधा पेड़ जो है उसका फिर हरा हरा दिखने लगता था अगले दिन से. तो उसके लिए रजिस्टर नहीं हुई है. दैट वाज रजिस्टर्ड फॉर बोरर, बट इट हैज़ ए स्टिमुलेटिंग इफेक्ट जो कि किसान को अच्छा लगता था, इसलिए बहुत तेज़ी से एक्सेप्ट करता था. सो दैट कैन बी ए हाइडिंग इफेक्ट, मास्किंग इफेक्ट. आप एक वैरायटी रजिस्टर करते हैं बासमती, यहाँ उसके ग्रेन के लंबाई के लिए, उसके साथ और उसमें डिजीज रेजिस्टेंस है, पेस्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, बहुत सी चीज़ें उसके साथ में रजिस्टर हो जा रही है. इट इज़ नॉट नेसेसरी कि आप हर चीज़ के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन अलग अलग करेंगे. आप एक मेन करेक्टर के लिए, कॉमर्शियल करेक्टर के लिए उसको रजिस्टर करते हैं, और उसमें और ढेर सारे करेक्टर उसके साथ मास्क होके अपने आप रजिस्टर हो जाते हैं, है ना? यही होता है ना.
ओके,
ठीक है,
थैंक यू.
So thank you. We will continue the session tomorrow, and before that we will be. They want that the certificates should be distributed today itself. So we don't want to.
UPL.
UPL, please come here.
Continue this session tomorrow 9:30 a.m. in the another room.
Please come here.
So now UPL, please. Anybody? I request chairman to. Dhanuka sir is here only. Yes. Next, Dhanuka group, please be ready. Next, tropical system, please. Tropical agro system, please be ready. Tropical, please. Next, Cabby, please be ready. now request Kabi, please be on stage. Syngenta India, please be ready.
देखिए स्त्री शक्ति देखिए यहाँ पे विमेन पावर.
Tea stains. Syngenta, please come. Tea stains. BIAL, be ready. BIAL, PA Industries, please be ready. PA Industries. Next, Cortiva. PA Industries, please. I request Cortiva team to be ready. Cortiva, please. I request Jain Irrigation team, please be ready. Jain Irrigation. So, I call upon multiplex group of companies. Please, representatives, please come to the stage. Multiplex group of companies, representatives. IPL Biologicals. Multiplex. IPL Biologicals. Next, PJ Margo Private Limited. Please come to the stage. PJ Margo. Bannari Amman Sugars. Oh, PJ Margo. Bannari Amman Sugars. Okay. PJ Margo. Right. Next, Mankind Agri-Tech Private Limited. Please be ready. PJ Margo. Mankind Agri-Tech. Microplex India. Mankind Agritech, please. Rossi Seeds Private Limited. I request Rossi Seed representative, please. Microplex, yes. Bharat Cetris, Bharat Certis AgroScience Limited. Bharat Certis AgriScience Limited. So now Rossi Seed. Any representative from Bharat Certis, please come on the stage. Bharat Certis, please. Bionivid Technology Private Limited. I request Epend of India Private Limited. Next. Epend of India Private Limited. Now Bionivid Technology Private Limited. Biosted India Limited. Representative, please come on the stage. I request Biostat India Limited, please come on the stage. Bayer India, representative from Bayer Science India. That's it. Yes, sir. May
So tomorrow again we will have a industry and academia and regulators interface meeting in Council Hall. So those who have missed today for presentation, please join us again tomorrow 9:30 a.m. In another hall next to this hall. So please join us. So thank you, chair and co-chair and all the. Where is Dr. R.G. Agrawal, our co-chair? So okay, please, let's honor them. Yeah.
now I request our director to present the felicitating the co-chairperson, Dr. P.K. Singh. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for chairing the session and giving your valuable comments. May I now request Dr. P.K. Singh to felicitate Dr. R.G. Agarwal. Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. May I now request our director to felicitate Poonam Madam, Dr. Poonam Jasrotia, ADG PPS. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here and giving your important inputs. May I now request our director to present, felicitate Dr. Archana Sinha, CABRC Secretary. Thank you so much, madam, for spending your valuable time and enlightening our industry people. Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request Dr. P.K. Singh, sir, to felicitate our director. Convener, as a convener.
friends, I think we'll break now for some maybe 20 minutes. Just after that, we are having a one cultural program. Please do join us. Excellent cultural program we have planned here. So yeah, right here only this hall, maybe 20 minutes we'll break. Please. So thank you everybody. Thank you.
The program will be performed by Nritya Disha Trust, headed by Dr. Dashni Manjunath. She has done her doctorate in performing arts, masters in Bharatanatyam, and bachelor's in choreography. So Nritya Disha Trust is a classical institution based in Bangalore, promoting dance and culture of our country since 2 decades. So we'll be having a wonderful performance from Dr. Dashni Manjunath and her team. Let us welcome the team with our applause. Thank you.
Nrityollasa, the joyous celebration of Indian dance. This unique thematic production is presented by Nritya Disha Trust, the Art and Culture Center, Bengaluru. This production will showcase the grandeur spectrum of Indian classic to folk dances. The production encapsulates the essence of Indian dance, which is deeply rooted in the country's cultural and spiritual heritage. Indian dance is not merely a form of entertainment. It is a way of life, a means of expressing emotion, devotion, and stories through intricate movements, rhythms, and gesture. The unique production Nrityollasa is a kaleidoscopic masterpiece which intends to evoke the essence of amalgamation of cultural essence of India, transcending from different geographies and lingua. Join us to experience the colors of Indian rich culture through this production Nrityollasa, which will showcase the classical dances from South Indian states to North India, from Bharatanatyam, Mohiniyattam, Kuchipudi, Odissi, and Kathak, followed with folk dances Kamsale, Yakshagana, Dandiya, Bhangra, with a grand finale. Presenting Bharatanatyam from the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, showcasing Mahishasuramardini, a powerful form of goddess Durga, known for slaying the buffalo demon Mahishasura. She represents divine strength, courage, and the triumph of good over evil. Presenting Bharatanatyam. ओंकार रूपिणी भैरवी विकार रूपिणी भैरवी कुणियुवळारी भैरवनारी कुणियुवळारी भैरवनारी रणರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ರೌದ್ರವ ತೋರಿ ಕುಣಿಯುವಳಾರಿ ಭೈರವನಾರಿ ರಣರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ರೌದ್ರವ ತೋರಿ ಕುಣಿಯುವಳಾರಿ ಭೈರವನಾರಿ ಭ್ರೂಭಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಯನು ಕೋಟಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ವೃಂದವ ಮುರಿ ಮುರಿದೊಟ್ಟಿ ಶಾಮೆಯು ನಗ್ನ ಭಯಂಕರಿಯಾಗಿ ತಾಂಡವಗೈವಳು ಶಂಕರಿ ಕೂಗಿ ತಾಂಡವಗೈವಳು ಶಂಕರಿ ಕೂಗಿ ಭ್ರೂಭಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಯನು ಕೋಟಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ವೃಂದವ ಮುರಿ ಮುರಿದೊಟ್ಟಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ವೃಂದವ ಮುರಿ ಮುರಿದೊಟ್ಟಿ ಶಾಮೆಯು ನಗ್ನ ಭಯಂಕರಿಯಾಗಿ ತಾಂಡವಗೈವಳು ಶಂಕರಿ ಕೂಗಿ ತಾಂಡವಗೈವಳು ಶಂಕರಿ ಕೂಗಿ ತಾಂಡವಗೈವಳು ಶಂಕರಿ ಐಗಿರಿ ನಂದಿನಿ ನಂದಿತ ಮೇದಿನಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ವಿನೋದಿನಿ ನಂದನುದೆ ಗಿರಿವರ ವಿಂಧ್ಯ ಶಿರೋದಿನಿ ವಾಸಿನಿ ವಿಷ್ಣು ವಿಲಾಸಿನಿ ಜೇಷುನುತೆ ಭಗವತಿ ಹೇಷಿತಿ ಕಂಠ ಕುಟುಂಬಿನಿ ಭೂರಿ ಕುಟುಂಬಿನಿ ಭೂರಿ ಕೃತೆ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಮಹಿಷಾಸುರಮರ್ದಿನಿ ರಮ್ಯಕಪರ್ದಿನಿ ಶೈಲಸುತೆ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಮಹಿಷಾಸುರಮರ್ದಿನಿ ರಮ್ಯಕಪರ್ದಿನಿ ಶೈಲಸುತೆ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಮಹಿಷಾಸುರಮರ್ದಿನಿ ರಮ್ಯಕಪರ್ದಿನಿ ಶೈಲಸುತೆ ರಮ್ಯಕಪರ್ದಿನಿ ಶೈಲಸುತೆ ರಮ್ಯಕಪರ್ದಿನಿ ಶೈಲಸುತೆ Odissi, one of the oldest and most enchanting classical dance forms of India, is a mesmerizing blend of fluid grace, intricate footwork, and profound expression. Originating from the temples of Odisha, this classical dance embodies devotion, storytelling, and spirituality, bringing to life the divine narratives of Hindu mythology, presenting Odissi from the state of Odisha.
na kita kiti tak tadi kita kiti tak dei kita kiti tak tadi kita kiti tak ta tum ta da di ke da ta dina sakit to kita ta dina kita ta dina sakit to kita ta dina kita ta dina kita ta dina ta dina
From the God's own country, Kerala, we present the classical feminine delicate dance, Mohiniyattam, the dance of enchantress. The classical dance that belongs to Andhra Pradesh. This dance form has energetic tandava and graceful lasya. The uniqueness of this dance form is usage of the brass plate in tarangam composition. Kathakars hail from the North Indian state, Uttar Pradesh. Kathak is characterized by intricate footwork and precise rhythmic patterns. The turns are called chakkars. Presenting Kathak from Uttar Pradesh. We present a truly special blend of cherished traditional dance forms. Picture the exquisite grace of Bharatanatyam, captivating Odissi, the enchanting allure of Mohiniyattam, the captivating storytelling of Kuchipudi, the dynamic energy of Kathak, the charismatic artistry of Manipuri, all converging in a symphony of movements. It's a delightful reimagining of these timeless styles tailored for this event. So sit back and immerse yourselves into the Indian classical dance form. Moving on, we present the folk dances of India: Kamsale, Yakshagana, Kodava, Dhandiya and Bhangda. Kamsale, a sacred folk art form of Karnataka. The clashing cymbals used in this creates a mesmerizing dance form presenting Kamsale dedicated to Lord Male Madeshwara.
ಮುಂಗೊಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇವನವರು ಮುಂದಾನ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕಾಯಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಣಿ ಕಮಲ ಮಂಜು ಕವಿದಾವೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಮಾದೇವ ಬರುವಾಗ ಗುಡ್ಡು ಕಲ್ಲು ಗೂಡು ಗುಟ್ಟಿದವೋ ಹುಲಿಯ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಮಾದೇವ ಬರುವ ಮಾಯಾ ನೋಡಯ್ಯ ಮುಂಗೊಂಡನ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಮಾಯಾಕಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಮುಂಗೊಂಡನ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ
Yakshagana, the dance drama of South India, associated with the state of Karnataka. It is a traditional theatre form of Karnataka and also a temple.
ಸರಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರಸನೆ ಪ್ರಿಯರು, ಸರಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರಸನೆ ಪ್ರಿಯರು, ಆಡಿದರು ಆಡಿದರು ನೀರಾಟ ಆಡಿದರು, ಸರಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರಸನೆ ಪ್ರಿಯರು, ಸರಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರಸನೆ ಪ್ರಿಯರು.
ಚೆಲುವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ
Kodava dance, a traditional folk dance of Kodagu, Karnataka, symbolizes unity and cultural pride, presenting the energetic Kodava dance from the state of Karnataka. is associated with Dandiya, which is socio-cultural dance of Gujarat. The graceful movements with sticks representing Durga Ma, the prowess in the war, is the theme of this dance. presenting Dandiya from the state of Gujarat. Is an energetic seasonal folk dance of Punjab, which is being recognized globally. It represents the liveliness and dynamism of the people of Punjab. Presenting Bhangra from the state of Punjab.
Come on,
to be captivated as we blend our cultural journey through dance. In this production, Nrityollasa, the joyous celebration of Indian dance, which unites each one of us through dance. Nrityollasa culminates with Ras, representing the nature, season, and the cultural diversity. Nrityollasa, the joyous celebration of Indian dance.
That was an awesome, scintillating, fantabulous performance by all the performers, Dr. Darshini Manjunath and team. Once more, big applause to the team for all their energy and performance. And on behalf of Society for Biocontrol Advancement, ICAR, National Bureau of Agricultural Insect Resources, our director, sir, and all the delegates and participants of this conference, international conference, we thank you wholeheartedly for accepting our invitation and coming over here to perform. Thank you, Dr. Darshini Manjunath and the team. You can introduce. You can introduce your team members. If you give us the names of each member, we will, our director sir told that we'll send you the appreciation certificate. So nice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Darshini Manjunath. It's our team, which is Nritya Disha Trust, Bangalore. It's really a pleasure performing in front of all of you. It's a great evening to represent our own country in front of our own people and the people who have attended this conference. We have blended our theme as Nrityolasa, which means happiness through dance. I hope all of you enjoyed the performance. I didn't hear anything. Thank you so much. We started off with Bharatanatyam and then moved on to Mohiniyattam, Odissi, Kuchipudi, and even our own folk dances, which were Kamsale, Bhangra from the state of Punjab. We have tried to bring in all the forms of dances which could be brought in an hour. Thank you so much for being so patient and hearing us. Thank you. This is our team. To start with, this is our
So from all the delegates and from the organizing team, I would like to thank Darshini ma'am and entire team. Excellent performance. So captivating, so mesmerizing. We actually lost. So excellent performance. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to you and to the entire team. In fact, we would like to give you like appreciation letter to each one of you. Each one of you, please send us a name so that we will send you appreciation letter from our side. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The performers of today's evening will start with our own makeup person, or we should say that is the energetic booster of Nritya Disha, Mr. Vijay, Karthik, Dikshita, Pavitra, Disha Manganalli, Prarthana, Spurti Sridhar, Sahana Hosamane, Priyanka, Deeparani, Deepti, Likita, Sneha, Namrata, Uma, Prarthana, Manisha, Arshini, Kirtana, Dashami, Jivita, Grishma, Priyadarshini, Megha and Sahana. With this, we have our supporting team, Shalini and Mr. Bhaskar, who have been so generous in helping us. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Thank you. Shubharatri.